Yours is working.
Yeah.
Yeah. We are live.
Okay, well,
All right.
it's
All right.
not
We
by
are live
design,
now,
I can
so-
assure you.
So we are live. So I am going to start with our little opening remarks, and then we'll get going. So as a preliminary matter, this is the Nantucket Conservation Commission Chair, Ashley Arisman.
Okay, well,
Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Mark Beal,
Yes.
Seth Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Ian Golding. I think you might need to unmute.
sorry, yes.
Okay. Dave LaFleur,
Aye.
Maureen Phillips,
Here I am.
Joe Topham.
Aye.
Okay. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Jeff Carlson,
Present.
Joanne Dodd.
Aye.
Okay. Anticipated speakers on the agenda, please respond in the affirmative. Art Gasparo.
Here.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. This open meeting of the Nantucket Conservation Commission is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12th, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with the agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. For this meeting, the Nantucket Conservation Commission is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided by members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless I note otherwise. We are now turning to the first item on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some of the ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business to ensure the accurate meeting minutes. I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are not speaking. Please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair leads the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. For items with public comment, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment as follows. Staff will activate the chat feature on YouTube. Members of the public who have comments or questions can use this feature to communicate with the public body. Instructions are on the town's website. The chair and/or staff will do their best to address the questions and comments. Finally, each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. All right, so that's that. And I do ask, similar to last meeting, that if you guys just raise your hand if you have comment, hopefully I'll see it and be able to call your names. So with that, we will open up the Nantucket Conservation Commission meeting for April 16th. The public meeting and public comment. Jeff, is public comment open? Jeff, you are muted.
Just as a reminder, for public comment to be open, if you're on the YouTube app and it comes open, please remember to refresh your page to get that chat feature open if it's not already. I'm doing that now just to see if anything is coming up.
Looks like
Noah Carberg has commented that he is watching remotely.
yes. So Jeff, do you recommend we wait another minute or should we go to adoption of e-signatures and leave the public comment open?
1 second. I'm having a little. The only public comment we've had so far is from Burton Balkind, and he said thank you for all of our hard work. So I'd say if you want, you can move forward, and we can go to the adoption of e-signatures if you'd like, Madam Chair.
Okay, that sounds good. So we will move on to the adoption of e-signatures.
Do you want me to intro this a little bit?
Sure, because yes.
So in an effort to also be efficient and provide a way for you guys to safely sign documents. So if we happen to issue any of the certificates of compliance or order of conditions tonight, instead of passing the paper around the table that we normally do, we've consulted with the Registry of Deeds, and what we'll be doing is sending everyone a secure link to provide a digital signature onto those documents. And then those are able to be recorded with the certification of the acceptance that we're able to do electronic signatures to the Registry of Deeds to make those documents recordable. But to accept that, we've gotten guidance from the registry that someone on the board needs to make a motion to accept the use of e-signatures. There needs to be a vote to that, and then we can include that with there. So I think we're asking to do that, and we can talk about instructions for how that will happen either later in the meeting or after we do that vote.
Thank you, Jeff. Is there a motion?
Motion to accept, use e-signatures. Sorry, Joe.
So looks like Dave got the motion. Joe gets the second. So by roll vote, Beal. Don't forget to unmute your mics.
So I think we're asking to do that.
So
Aye, sorry.
that's okay. Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding. Is
Aye.
there a motion? LaFleur,
Use e-signature.
Phillips,
Aye.
and Topham.
Aye.
So that carries unanimously.
Can I say something really quick, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So just as a reminder to everybody that's on the Zoom call too, if you're also using the YouTube stream as part of this, please remember to mute that YouTube stream, because if you don't, we'll catch all of those comments like 10 seconds after we say it. So it makes it very difficult to hear.
Yes. Thank you, Jeff, for that reminder.
No problem. Many of these meetings I get to go to where I get to hear it over and over again.
Yes, I'm sure. So with that, we are going to move into the, or should I guess I'll announce the continuances. So the following items are continued. You'll have to bear with me. It's hard to read on my screen. Lottie Leshley and Jan Leshley of 65 Squam Road is continued until April 30th. 46 Shimo Pond Road Nominee Trust at 46 Shimo Pond Road is continued until April 30th. Nantucket Point of View LLC at 9 Lincoln Avenue is continued until April 30th. That looks like that's it with our continuances. So we will open up the notices of intent, and we will begin with Chuck Rowe Nominee Trust at 25 Quays Road. Art Gasparo is the representative.
Hi, thank you.
I'm before you tonight, along with Stephen Cohen for the second public hearing related to the bulkhead replacement project. There were some questions at the first meeting related to the licensing of the existing structure as well as alternatives. I've provided a supplemental filing with you that includes the Chapter 91 license for the structure and the previous permitting through the commission for the installation of the bulkhead that's there. We also described some of the alternatives that we considered to this, specifically that if we were to remove and replace the structure in kind, then there would be a greater disturbance to the resource area and protected interests. What we're proposing to do, as you may recall, is to drive a steel sheet bulkhead in front of the existing failing timber bulkhead along the length of that structure to the same height as what currently exists, and then put a cap on what would encompass both the existing timber and the new steel bulkhead. There'd be flowable fill that would be placed between the steel and the timber bulkhead to secure everything. And this is very similar to the situation that exists on a couple properties to the west of Locust. If we were to just go in and go back to the exact same license structure, the removal of that existing timber bulkhead, it would, the materials there would slump onto the beach. We would have to reinstall the tiebacks that secure it. We'd have to do quite a bit of excavating. It would really be a significant level of disturbance down along the bottom of the bank, the mid portion of the bank and the beach. We believe that we can set up along the top of the bulkhead that's there and drive the sheets and deliver everything through the front yard where the construction access is shown. It's a lawn area that goes almost to the top of the bank. And then we would, obviously fix any disturbed areas on our way out. The other aspect of the project that was part of the discussion is along the easterly side of the property. There is a return of about 37 feet of bulkhead from what exists. There's currently a loose pile of riprap type stone that exists off-site on the Quays Road layout and extends up onto Locust. That's currently somewhat protecting the end of that structure. There's been, erosion over time, and that's retreating. And what we would like to do is to install the return of the same material again to limit the overall disturbance of the resource areas and provide protection along from flanking of that existing structure. We believe this work would be consistent with the license that we've included. There's a provision of the license that specifically requires the licensee to maintain the structure, and that's exactly what we're proposing to do here. We consider the alternatives to the return perhaps to use gabions or some sort of sloped type stabilization. But again, because we're limited by the property line and the structure that's there goes right to it, we would have to excavate a good deal of the corner of that existing coastal bank, really disturbing more resource area in order to create a slope that was to start out, essentially at the property line and come back into the property. So again, when we weigh all the alternatives and minimizing impact, we feel that the return best achieves that overall protection to both the existing structure as part of maintaining it, as well as to the interests protected by the commission. And with that, I'd be happy to try to address questions or concerns that you may have. And like I say, Mr. Cohen's also here, should you have questions for him.
Thank you, Art. Joanne, I might need you to stop screen sharing so I can see if commissioners are raising their hands for questions.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any commissioners with questions?
Yes,
Ian?
Madam Chair.
Okay.
I oppose this renewal. I think it interferes with public access under the public trust doctrine. If you go on the MassGov website, massgov/guides/chapter 1, the Massachusetts Public Waterfront Act, it says right on the first page, or actually the second page, it says specifically the Mass DEP Waterways Regulation Program preserves pedestrian access along the water's edge for fishing, fouling, and navigation, seeks to protect and extend public strolling rights as well as public navigation rights. And you go on the Conservation Law Foundation's webpage, and your rights on the waterfront under the Public Waterfront Act Bill of Rights. It lists specifically under 310, CR 935, you have the right to walk, pass freely, fish and fowl on tidelands, unless the property's waterways license limits this activity, or the state restricts access for public health and safety. And clearly, if this was rebuilt with steel, it would be there for the next 50 years. Already, if you look at the aerials from that period when it was granted, there was plenty of public access between high and low tide. Now, if you look at the Google aerial, you can see, and you can go there, as I was there earlier today, the tide, you have absolutely no ability to walk past there as the tide comes in. So, and furthermore, there is, if you look at the, excuse me, if you look at a plot plan, there's plenty of room, should they need to move their house backwards. So there are a number of reasons why I think we shouldn't approve this.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank
Seth?
you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also do not approve of this project. I don't have a question per se, but I've asked in the past for alternatives analysis that includes living shorelines, and I don't see that identified as well as it could have been. All the information that I provide is in the packet, and I think the applicant didn't take that seriously. I understand that the Chapter 91 waterways license requires the structure to be maintained, but our local wetlands bylaw has a similar legal requirement where we by definition of the regulations are required to have applicants seek more environmentally friendly alternatives to bulkheads when they're coming in for a renewal, whether that's a pre-existing wetland regulation structure or not. And so I see that there's two different pieces of legislation here that are in a legal battle, but I can't approve this project.
Thank you, Seth. Any other commissioners with comments? Dave?
I think that this falls under the Chapter 91 and that these people are allowed to maintain and keep this bulkhead. I understand what Seth is saying, that maybe another alternative for a non-existing bulkhead, but where one is in place, been granted by a previous Conservation Commission, and as long as it falls under the state guidelines, I think these people, as we have in the past, allowed bulkheads to be repaired and maintained.
Thank you, Dave. Joe? You're muted.
I agree with what Dave just said. I just think that this wall can be maintained under Chapter 91. I don't agree that the house can be picked up and moved, because if you look at, I went to the site, there are two other structures there, and I just don't see legally within town definitions of separation between structures that it would work per code. So I really think they're in a rock and a hard place, so to speak. I agree with Seth. I would like to see some natural buffer put in there, but I just don't think the site can afford it because it's so small. Art has done core rolls and shimmer all around the area, but I think in this site setting, it's just not feasible. Maybe if you could get some core rolls in front of this, that would be great, but I just can't see any alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any other commissioners' comments? Maureen?
I also have been to that site, and it was not in great shape when I was there a couple of years ago visiting that family. And I think this is a very difficult situation. We have a lot of things on this island that if this was naked land at the moment, this is not the kind of thing we would all embrace, to be put on there now. And so we are between a rock and a hard place as well, I think, because we want progress to be made. We want things to get better over time and take opportunities when we can. At the same time, we do have these limited situations. And while I don't disagree at all with what Ian and Seth said, it seems to me, just from my own personal observation of the site itself, that there aren't a lot of good choices for this property. They've been that family's been there a long time, and I'm not sure. I personally don't see how anything else could be done, and it certainly needs to be maintained. It is not in good shape. Something needs to be done, and I would reluctantly agree with the proposal that the applicant has put together. But I want to be clear that I think we've got to really look at existing structures that are within our jurisdiction, and not just stamp it automatically because it's existing and it's been there for a long time. So I would support this.
Thank you, Maureen. Mark?
I wonder if, through the chair, I wonder if Ian could respond to alternative material being wood versus steel, if that might make him feel a little better about the project.
Ian, do you have a response to that?
I do, and I would feel better, Mark, if it was wood rather than steel. However, I think, the elephant in the room, I disagree respectfully with Joe about it not being able to be moved back. Because first of all, all the buildings are owned on the same property, and I paced it out and I felt there was certainly more than adequate room for the building to be moved back to the driveway. And when Maureen says that we're between a rock and a hard place, I absolutely agree. It's a family who have been there for many years. And so it's a question in my mind of the long-term protecting riparian rights. And if I may read from the DEP's waterway regulations, how they define water-dependent use as a use that requires direct access to or location in tidal or inland waters, and therefore cannot be located away from said waters. Regulations require that non-water dependent use projects that include fill or structures within any tidelands subject to Chapter 91 jurisdiction do not, quote unquote, unreasonably diminish the capacity of such lands to accommodate water dependent use. So my point is that going forward, it is absolutely going to diminish that capacity. It already does. And of course, 40 years ago, when the bulkhead was approved, there was no diminishment of that capacity. So I don't feel that we're locked in to having to abide by a decision that is 40 years old and before anybody knew about sea level rise or global warming effectively. So I'm sorry that that's such a long-winded answer, Mark, but I would be much happier with wood rather than steel going forward as a compromise.
Thank you. I just have a question, I think, for Art, because I see somewhat both sides of this. But I am concerned about sea level rise and walkability of our shorelines. And Art, have you guys looked at, putting a stair set so that people can get up and over this thing at high tide and it still ensures public access? Art, yes.
So just a couple of things. The public access is in the intertidal zone between mean high water and mean low water. So the challenge here is that the top of the bulkhead is above mean high water. So it's not like when we have a perpendicular structure where that intercepts the intertidal zone, where we would then provide for that lateral access up and over. In order to do that, we'd essentially have to, in this case, grant rights up onto the property and outside of the jurisdiction of Chapter 91 and outside of above the mean high water line. So the challenge here is that the rights of the public are not stopped from traversing the beach when the tide allows. It's that the mean high water line in the intertidal zone, much of it exists if on the face of the bulkhead, if you will. So there is a physical aspect of this, which then makes it, you'd need waders or whatnot to go along that area. But there are some portions of the tide where that beach is in fact dry and traversable.
Thank you, Art.
And then one, if I could share just while I'm responding to the questions, in terms of the change of material, the challenge there is that the steel is essentially strong enough to be self-supporting, to cantilever in by driving in typically 2/3 of the length. And in doing that, we don't have to have an extensive tieback type system or need to excavate in order to install the structure. Timber bulkheads take a fair amount of prep along that area. We would essentially have to come in with an excavator and take out what's there. Or if we were going to try to say the same project that's being proposed, but to put timber in place of where the steel is proposed, I don't think it would work very well because you couldn't just drive the timber the way you could the steel. You would have to, do more excavating essentially of the beach. One of the reasons that we came to this as the preferred alternative is that I've met with the contractors on site a couple of times to make sure that we could come up with a methodology to do this work and to do so without actually being on the beach. Back to the same where I started my response, the challenge there is working from the beach in this project means that you're in the intertidal zone where you're typically, not allowed to have machinery. So we would do this by coming down from the top of the bank, creating a plateau area, which somewhat already exists from overtopping of this bulkhead, and work from that plateau to swing the sheets out, if you will, and drive them in without having to have machinery on the beach.
Thank you, Art. Mark, and then Steve.
Through the chair, Ashley, it appears to me that this is for Art, there appears to be some pretty substantial scouring on the east end of the structure. And I'm wondering if this will just exacerbate and extend that scouring when it's rebuilt. We don't want to have a peninsula, which we have seen on more than one property on the island. There's several along the outer shore now that they're dangerously out into the sound. And I'm wondering if that's a factor that we might consider. Any response, Arthur, through the chair?
Art.
Sure. So I think that what is somewhat being perceived as scour on that side, much of which is the natural retreat of the unprotected bank. So yes, this property will, continue to be peninsula-like as it's tied to all of the other properties going to the west, which are all armored. As the natural bank on the east continues to erode. And that's part of why we've, proposed the extension a little bit longer than what we need right now, so that essentially as that natural bank does retreat, then yes, there will be a peninsular effect, but it won't continue to then come behind the structure that's there and require additional maintenance and more activity there. In terms of there's, the pile of stones that are there, I think help to break up some of that wave energy. And we're not proposing to remove those stones. The challenge with trying to add more or do something there is that, of course, that it's onto the town-owned land. So we, you're always going to have some end effects. My experience has been that they're, fairly localized. And I think when you take into account the limited wave dynamics and climate at this site, due to the fetch being limited essentially by the, distance across the harbor to Cove 2, that, I don't think we're likely to see accelerated, extensive erosion moving further east from the end of the structure, so much as very limited and then just simply continued natural erosion of the unprotected section of the bank. And then that's the same kind of a chase your tail approach of we would have to then, move on to off of our own property, out of our control, to try to then do additional stabilization. And, wherever you stop, you're going to face that same situation.
Thank you, Art. Steve, I think you had a comment or question.
Yeah, sort of 3 points, and I'll keep them brief. One is that I appreciate Ian's interest in preserving the public access and Seth's interest in making sure that the most environmentally friendly methodology is used. But I do want to note, just for the record, that some of the things that both of them raised are not necessarily the correct applicable legal standards that we're dealing with here. And really, it's just a matter of whether or not this already approved bulkhead can either be repaired or replaced with something that is better moving forward. And Art already went through a little bit about how the shape of the steel, the self-sufficiency of the steel, the installation methodology for the steel, and the resiliency or longevity of the steel makes it better than going in and replacing the wooden timbers with the tiebacks. And then my last point is that this commission actually has required bulkheads, steel bulkheads, instead of other forms where the area, specifically where the beach was narrow. And Jeff, maybe you can remember what I'm talking about and give me the addresses on that. But I know I've been at commission meetings where people have come in and proposed things that took up length. And I think it was Ernie on at least once, if not 2 occasions, requested steel instead, just because it was the narrowest option. Do you remember that, Jeff? If I may, Madam Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Jeff.
Sure. So just trying to remember, I think the last place it came up was one of the bulkheads on the Washington Street extension that was converted from timber to steel. The specific numbers eluding me, but I recall a similar conversation where that was chosen for very similar reasons.
Yeah, I think that's true, and that and I wish I could remember the address, but there was one that was in the harbor where the proposal was a small rock revetment or a series of tubes or something, and the commission, and I don't know if one of the other commissioners recalls, but the commission ended up approving a bulkhead, steel instead, just because it was so narrow and would have the least impact on the narrow beach. So it was a similar set of facts here where putting in more was not better. And I could go back and pull that if the commission wants, or I'm sure Jeff could, but I just wanted to bring up that the commission has, at least on a couple of occasions, taken into account the idea of less is more when we have an already narrowed beach situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, I guess I have a question for you about public access. Is that something, because essentially by allowing this bulkhead, they've, created a coastal bank, I guess, that's interfacing with the intertidal zone. Is there a way to write a condition in that at the point that the public can no longer traverse, because this is a man-made structure, that they would have to allow for the public to get up and over it, you know, because it's not a natural bank there. So there has to be some compromise with public access, one would think.
All right, I'll try my best to answer that. That's a very good question, and not one we've really encountered to this point that I can recall. Someone else may remember. I think some of that shakes out through a little bit through the Chapter 91 process as well. So I think that kind of dovetails with this. I think your question is looking at it in the sense of how the bulkhead, I guess, would be impacting or further impacting, you know, recreational interests, I guess in this case would be the interest that we'd be looking at. You'd have to put together some level of findings for why you were requiring that specific condition. I'd have to think about what the language of that would be. You know, that's not the best answer. But I think you'd also have to look at it in the sense of you're looking at a system, and I know it's weird to say that we always do kind of lot by lot analysis, but also looking at the system in a whole for how a string of hard armoring is used and is impacting that ability to have recreational interests, and whether or not those interests were addressed enough through the Chapter 91 process or the requirements there. I mean, we could look into it and try to put something together, but that's kind of my initial thought on it.
Yeah, I mean, I would appreciate, I guess, looking into it a little bit further, because as you know, many bulkheads are kind of needing repair at this point around the island. And I think as sea level rises, it's going to be more and more of an issue. So trying to dig a little bit deeper, you know, now might be a good idea.
Yeah, so just to add on to my thought, I was just trying to think about some examples where something like this has happened before. And I think the most relevant example that I can remember is, weirdly enough, the land bank project down on Orange Street across from Foods or Shangri-La or whatever you want to call it, where when Chapter 91 issued their license, because of that pier's proximity to the harbor and crossing that line and causing that barrier, instead of putting stairs up and over because it was in the intertidal zone and there was salt marsh, is they've effectively required passage for that to be able to go around. So I'm wondering in this case, just kind of thinking about the area and public access, and I know it's not the beach. My gut feeling tells me that Chapter 91 would probably look at the ability to traverse up the land bank property and then back down on the town property right next door. Would provide that continuous public access, because that's something that they've done before. If you can go kind of public way to public way and then back down in situations where bypass has been required, that has been acceptable to them in previous occasions. But it would really take their review to look at it, but I know they've done that before.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners?
Well, Madam Chair.
Ian, yes.
I just, I applaud, I'm pleased that you brought that up, because when I would respectfully disagree with Art saying that there is so little fetch coming across the harbor that it makes very little difference, because the aerials in the last 40 years show how much it has changed and what a peninsular effect has taken place. And so when Mark asks about, you know, how we can remediate the peninsular effect, my feeling is that if we approve of this, that it will be completely impassable before it comes up to be repaired in the future. And I would like to add that both you know, CZM and DEP are changing their attitude towards hard armoring. I mean, the whole country is changing its attitude towards hard armoring. So I take Steve's point about it being an existing, you know, Chapter a licensed bulkhead, but I feel that a license that's granted 40 years ago isn't necessarily defensible going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Any other, Maureen?
To do that. The point I was making before, I mean, I think this has been a really good discussion back and forth, and I'm really glad that you raised the issue you did, Ashley. Because something that I was struggling with is, we've got a lot of these, I think, as you said, Ian, and that was my concern as well. And if there is a way, thinking outside the box, as I know, Seth had asked us to look at those green shoreline ideas when we looked at this before, and getting more out of the box, then looking at a way to provide public access when it is such a difficult area, because to replace the existing wood with more wood, I mean, it would have a big impact at the moment. Now, maybe that's better to do, because in the long term, it's better to have wood and then just replace that again. I mean, that's one argument we could make. And it's really trying to balance all of these things, both near and far and long term. So I would support your idea of looking into having a condition whereby public access is maintained, and that I at least look at that. But I think that makes sense, because I hope I conveyed that I wasn't happy with thinking this needed to be done, but I think this may be a compromise that might work. So,
thank you, Maureen. Any other comments from commissioners? So, Jeff, should we open this up to the public, or are we still open to the public?
I think that would be a good time to announce that there's public comment.
Okay, so we are going to open this up to the public.
And please remember, if you just hopped on, to refresh your browser to make sure that your chat is working.
Yes. Looks like we've only got 36 people watching, and I'm one of them. So I don't know how many people we have. Then Jeff's too.
How will I contact you? Will it be to email to Jeff and he reads the questions?
With the YouTube comments?
Yes.
So people have to sign into the town's YouTube channel, and then you can comment directly from our live streaming meeting.
And will we hear that, or will Jeff hear it?
Well, I have it up as well. Nobody is actually asking questions right now, but Jeff is going to try and navigate through when we do get questions.
I'm not seeing any come up for this one, Madam Chair.
Okay. So I guess with that, if there's no other questions from the commission, are we looking to have this continued to try and parse out potential public access? Or is this something that Art, you're wanting to close?
So, obviously we had hoped that we had given you enough information to address the concerns, but I'm hearing that you feel like you may still need some discussion. And so, we don't want to, we're not here to push the commission. I would just want to make 2 points. One was, with respect to just address the fetch question, amount of erosion. I think that maybe two ways of looking at it is, I look at it as, yes, that happened over 40 years, and over such a long period of time, it's a very low annual rate of erosion. So yes, there's retreat, but it's over a very long period of time. But I think that, is just two different ways of looking at it. And then if we, continue, I would just like to confirm that it's, essentially you're looking for information from Jeff, not us, related to how you may be able to formulate a condition requiring that access.
Jeff?
Sorry, I hate to go backwards a little bit. We did have one comment that did come up from RJ Turcott, if you guys would like to hear it.
Yes, please.
Sure. So RJ just commented, this new return along the eastern side of the property is not maintenance. It is a new additional structure. The return is not grandfathered under the bylaw and requires multiple waivers as a new coastal engineering structure.
Thank you. Mark and then Ian.
Madam Chair, could Art address that issue of new construction, new permitting, new waivers?
Sure, Art.
Sure. So we agree that, that's why we brought attention to it as, an additional portion of the permitting, but I believe that waivers wouldn't be required as a water dependent use. But we agree that, that is, we've never labeled it anything except the extension. And again, we've made it, we believe, as short as could be, just enough to protect the integrity of the structure that is approved and licensed. So essentially doing, what we feel is most responsible in a way that has the least amount of impact.
Thank you, Art. I think Ian had a question, and then Joe, to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I take Art's point about the fetch, and I think I'm uncomfortable in a virtual situation, closing a hearing when it's this complicated, and when maybe some members of the public are unable to get in for whatever reason. And I think RJ brings up an absolutely valid point that, it's not grandfathered. The new part of it is not grandfathered under the bylaws and would need waivers.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you.
And then I think, Joe, you had a question or comment?
Yes. So Dave Ronzillo came forward, I think it was 3 years ago, and about this property, and the town is going to start maintaining it. They're going to start putting sand to provide beach access from that area. So I don't really think that there's going to be much retreat if the town is going to be focused on this. So I understand what RJ is saying, and I agree with that point, but I do think that the town is well aware of this site that abuts this property.
Thank you, Joe. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? And I think our public is still quiet. So Art, do you have a comment?
Well, I was just going to request a continuance to the 30th once you're ready.
Yeah, no, I think that that is fine. So we will continue this until April 30th. There's no other comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the purpose, Madam Chair, is to look into the access issue between the intertidal zones.
I think, yes, that's one of the main purposes. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. So we are moving on in notices of intent to William F. Hopkins, trustee at 7 Hallowell Lane. Should we take 7 and 9 together again, or are these, should we take them separately?
I think taking
Animals.
the applicant is fine, as we can take them together.
Okay. So Art, we will turn this over to you.
So once again, Art Gasparo, Nantucket Engineering, representing both the two applications at 7 and 9 Hallowell Lane. As you may recall, this is for the in-kind replacement of some aging, rotten, partially rotted timber groins. It's essentially one project, but the groins exist on two different properties. So that's why we filed the two applications and are seeking 2 orders of conditions so that each property owner remains singularly responsible and liable though the idea is that and hope a single contractor will come in and do both projects at the same time, again, minimizing disturbance and impacts. At the first hearing, there had been some questions about information related to the existing elevations, and trying to seek assurance that there would not be changes in the structure that's replaced, that it would be truly in kind. So I have submitted an updated site plan that shows spot elevations along the top of that structure, which were taken by field survey. And we of course would do the same thing as part of the as-built and request for certificate of compliance to show that it's the same, height. Another way that that's really going to be held in check is that the upland portion of the structure is in pretty good shape. So once we start excavating the rotten part, we're going to come to a portion of the existing structure that we're going to tie into, and we're going to match that top elevation there and then continue on. So there would be essentially a very obvious disconnect if at one point the groin suddenly top slope changed and it became higher in any way. We understand. And the other thing was we were waiting for response from Natural Heritage, which we received, which would include the standard conditions related to time of year access and concerns to protect the shorebirds, all of which we're of course amenable to.
Thank you, Art. Any questions or comments from commissioners? Ian?
Madam Chair, thank you, Art, for putting the cross section and the spot heights on that.
Yes, of course.
Any other thoughts, comments, questions from the commission? If there is not, I guess we will open this up to the public comment. See if there's any public comment on this. Jeff, are you seeing anything with public comment?
I am not, Madam Chair.
Okay. If there is no, Art, do you have a comment?
I was going to request to close both hearings if there's nothing further that's needed.
Yeah, I think if there's no public comment coming through, is there or Jeff, do we have everything we need to close? I think you're muted.
Yes, we do, Madam Chair.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to close Hallowell 7 and Hallowell 9.
Thank you, Joe. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Maureen. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Against?
okay. Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
So that carries with Commissioner Engelberg opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, are we on like a screen share right now? Or are we on the normal?
Gallery.
Okay.
We had a flash of the project and then it went away.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Okay. Well, we are going to move on then. So we're moving on to 4 Shakamo Road Realty Trust at 4 Shakamo Road.
Madam Chair, could we remove the screen, Joe's screen? It really interferes with, thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me, but.
Yeah, I think there's a fine balance with having the public have access to the plan. So I totally feel you. So Art, would you like to begin?
Sure. So for the applicant, Art Gasparo, Nantucket Engineering, this is a new application before you for a residential redevelopment project within the buffer zone to a bordering vegetated wetland. And shown on the plan, the wetland was delineated by Brian Madden of LEC. And we show that in, let me just pull that up in blue, I believe. And the buffer zones, the 25, 50, and 100 are shown in red on the plan with a proposed sill fence and limit of work along the 25-foot, maintaining a no disturb zone there. The project, there's an existing single family dwelling on the property, which will be removed and replaced. And then there'll be some landscape and hardscape and installation of a swimming pool. And we've included a detailed planting plan for the buffer zone prepared by Julie Jordan. And we've included detailed spot elevations. Julie's team and I worked together to come up with the enough information to provide to the commission for detail all of the work. And we also, I did a deep soil hole right at the location of the pool with a backhoe in order to establish the estimated seasonal high groundwater elevation. And I've included that data within the application, as well as on the landscape drawings. There's a cross section of the pool. So we've included detailed data to show that the bottom of the pool would be greater than 2 feet above the estimated seasonal high groundwater elevation. And I would bring to your attention, you'd notice that the edge of the pool is up around elevation 20, whereas the wetland boundary is down closer to 8, 9. And so there's a significant grade change there, which also then helps to be able to keep that structure up out of the groundwater. And with that, I'd be happy to try to address questions or concerns. Also, as part of the project, a existing septic system would be abandoned, and this would be within the buffer zone, and this would be tied into town sewer with the newly installed force main.
Thank you, Art. I just have a clarification question about the plan. There's like a thick line that goes from the proposed shed. It kind of wraps through the middle of a tree and then goes in front of the pool. Is that, what is that? Is that a contour line or?
So that's the line between the lawn and the plantings.
Okay.
So there'd be a lawn, again, keeping pretty much most of the lawn out of the 50 even. And then there'd be a graded slope that's down, and then that would be, native plantings going down the slope.
Below it. Okay, thank you.
What she's calling a meadow. It's labeled on her on the. It's very small, but that would be the meadow, if you will.
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners? Maureen? Oh, you're muted again. Nope.
Mute. All right. Now you can hear me? Good.
Yes.
I had a question, Art, about that, the cross section of the elevation with the pool. I don't have it right in front of me, but it looks like the existing slope kind of goes from here and then gradually down like that. And then with the way that it seems then that this is being raised up, and then there's kind of more of a drop off down to the resource area. And that if you had put the pool in without raising that up, you wouldn't have been able to get to the groundwater separation, because as it is, it's pretty, it's fairly close to the limit as it is. And so I was concerned about that because of of the fact that you're and maybe I might be misinterpreting this, as it looks like you're regrading where the pool's going to be put so that you can kind of lift it out of the potential groundwater intersection. Is that what's going on? Or like I said, I may well be not understanding it.
Art?
So yes, I mean, the situation with pools is that you've got a flat surface over a large area. So we've got to hold one side or the other, and you've got a sloping site. I would bring to your attention the spot elevations, which are shown, around, we've included a lot of spot elevations. It slopes off a lot, but, out along the road, you're up at elevation 20. And then you've got, the house and that holds as a plateau. And again, most of that is out of the 100, but there is a portion that then goes into the 100. And so on the high side, we're only bringing the pool up about a foot from what's there, but it's on the low side that because you've carried that flat pool elevation across going down the slope site, then that's where it's coming up more like, between 4 and 5 feet. And yes, we've shown on grade, we've included a detailed grading plan, L3.1, which shows the proposed contours within the 50 into the 25, such that we don't extend. We limited that so that we don't go into the 25, and then you'd have a thick, undisturbed vegetated buffer zone there. And the amount of the fill decreases as you move away from the pool. So it was done for two reasons. One is to obviously meet your standards. And then the grading would be required, it's got to relate. We want the pool to relate back to the house and the higher side of the property. And again, fill would be typically permitted, within this zone. And it's already a site that slopes into that same direction. So I don't believe that there's, any real accelerated runoff. While there's the swimming pool itself, which typically would essentially capture most of the water, there is not large areas of patio associated with the project or other large impervious areas that I think are going to really change the runoff characteristics there as a result of, regrading that area.
Okay. Thanks, Art.
Thank you, Art. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? If not, I guess we will open this up and see if the public has any, or Jeff?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, I know it's frustrating while the commission's coming to have that plan up, it sounds like, but wondering if for opening up public comment, if we shared the screen that had the plan up so they could see it on YouTube, and then they'd be able to see that screen to provide any comments, if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I guess we just have to have it kind of a set amount of time because I can't see everybody else raising their hands very well. Like I'll miss it.
Yeah, no, I think if we just put the plan up while we're waiting for any public comment to come in, and then we can give it a couple minutes to make sure people can refresh and get any comment. But then that plan will be up so people will be able to see it online to see what we've just been talking about, may be helpful for the public.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good idea.
Cool. So if we open up to public, why don't Joanne put that up and we'll take public comment.
Jeff, how's it looking with the screen share? I actually can't see the YouTube feed anymore.
It looks like it's going okay. I've posted a couple comments on that it was open and the last chance, and I've put a link up to our packet as well.
Okay.
So that's good. And then just a little help for people too who are on the at the bottom of the panel here. It sounds like there's a visual hand raise.
Mm-hmm.
So you can find it next to the participants there. So if you click the participants tab at the bottom of your Zoom screen, you'll see that there is a raise hand option. And you can see that come up. So people can see that there as well. So you can see the blue hand up in the corner of my screen.
I'm not seeing a blue hand.
Or Ian.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the hand come up for you guys.
I think you have to, if I may, Madam Chair, you have to open the participant list.
Yeah.
Oh,
On
okay.
the side, and then the blue hand shows next to the name.
We'll come up there. Thank you.
So if that's helpful, Ashley, then maybe if everyone could use that, that may be helpful as well. We can
Yeah, it's somewhat helpful, but my screen is so small. So to have all the tabs I need open to open up more side space doesn't help, unfortunately. Joe, you have a comment?
So I just have a question. I don't know if this is for Terry needs this, but some of the comments are coming in, and one is super student. How does she put that into our minutes if it's a public comment? Should the people be stating their name for the record?
Yes, they should be stating their name for the record. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Ian, you're muted.
Just getting more tea. The super student wasn't aware apparently that, of course, the entire docket is available on our website.
Yes, so I think Jeff clarified. So, Seth, did you have a comment as well? I thought your hand went up.
Yeah, just I don't know if it's helpful, but I am monitoring this meeting and the YouTube on 2 different devices at the same time. I'm on my iPad and I'm watching the meeting on YouTube and have the packet up on my computer. So I'm happy to monitor the feed if it's easier.
Yeah, no, I think Jeff has got it. I have it up too. It's just when the screen shared, I have 2 devices open as well. It's tough to navigate, but thank you. All right, so it's looking like there isn't public comment on this one. So commissioners, do you have any final thoughts? And Jeff, do we have everything we need to close?
Yes, ma'am.
So is there a motion?
Move to approve.
So I think Ian got the motion and then Dave got the second. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
and Topham.
Aye.
So that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Art.
Take care.
Bye, Art.
Goodbye, Art.
Ashley,
Yes.
may I suggest that during the presenters' comments, we have Joanne could show us a map of the project. And then during comments by commissioners, that goes away.
Yeah, I think that's what we were trying to do. It's just tough to get it all into action. So
Thank you. Okay, good.
Okay, so moving on in notices of intent, we are going to 4 Quays Pastures Nominee Trust at 4 Quays Pastures Road. And Brian Madden is the representative.
Brian, are you there?
There he is. So,
Wow.
Brian, you are on for 4 Quays Pastures Nominee Trust. Oh, I
You
think
need
you're
to unmute Brian.
Oh, hold on. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome.
All right. You say 4 Quays is up first?
Yes.
Okay. Proposed project involves proposed pool decking, expansion of existing deck, stone patio, fence, pool equipment, some landscaping. No structures are within the 50-foot. No waivers are required. There's a 2-foot separation to high groundwater. This was a project that was originally approved back in 2016, expired last summer with no work starting. So it's just basically reactivating what was previously approved and minimal update with revising some of the decking and adding a spa abutting the pool outside the 50-foot. So that's basically it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners? Looks like no questions from the commission. In that case, Jeff, should we put another comment on, or we're open to public comment?
Just to be sure, is everyone seeing who's on YouTube seeing my comment come up?
Yes, I am.
So I want to be sure we're giving everyone ample time to type a comment if they have one, or it's not as quick as just raising your hand at the meeting, you know?
Exactly. Our new virtual reality.
Yeah. It's all right. It gives everyone here a chance to get up, you know, get a fresh cup of water, get a tea while we're waiting for comments to come in.
Water.
It's like commercial breaks used to be in the olden days before you had, 1,000 channels and ability to, you had to run off to do things when you had a break.
I need Jeopardy theme.
Yeah, oh, that would be good.
All right. I'd say, Madam Chair, whenever you're ready, I've posted it twice. And
Yeah, we don't have tons of viewers right now. All right, so it doesn't look like there's public comment. One more time to commissioners. Any questions, comments, concerns? If not, Jeff, do we have everything we need to close?
yes.
Brian, would you like to close?
Please.
Is there a motion?
So
Move to
moved.
close.
It looks like I'll give that one to Seth and then the second to Mark. A little tough. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Ericksman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you, Brian. And then we are moving on in notices of intent to 72 Pocomo Road LLC at 72 Pocomo Road. And I guess, Joe, is this when you should maybe screen share the plan while Brian's talking?
Let's try it.
We can try it.
Yeah, just let me know and I can take it down.
Awesome, thank you.
That was one of the most complicated plans I've ever. I was trying to figure all the zillion things that are going on there. It was very hard to get a sense of what's going on. Did we get any photographs in that packet of what this is like? So I don't remember seeing them. They may well have been there.
So I guess let's let Brian explain
Oh, okay.
this, and then we
All
can
right.
talk
Right, of
about
course.
photos and other things we need to look at.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so the proposed project, as you see before you, the red highlights are the new proposed work part to this notice of intent. So it's basically just fenced in what's going to be a garden with a small deck with pergola and a fountain. This is abutting an existing gazebo within an open lawn area, all within existing landscape conditions, upgradient of the 50-foot buffer zone to the coastal bank. And what we're building off of is a previously approved plan for some restoration work. There's a separate order of conditions that involved monitoring of revegetation areas, installation of cedar posts, and some plantings as well. That was conducted by the former property owner. The property has since changed hands last year. And so we had submitted a little while ago now a first-year monitoring report. And there will be 2 subsequent years of monitoring taking place there. But again, the notice before you is just simply that fenced-in garden area.
Thank you, Brian. So I guess we should end the screen sharing now. And then if any commissioners have comments, thank you, Joe, for sharing your screen. If any commissioners have comments, please raise your hand and I'll call on you. So it looks like no comments from commissioners. So we can hand it over to our public.
While we're waiting, Madam Chair, I was just going to suggest for the people that are watching, I don't actually have the number up in front of me, but if you do have a public comment and you're worried about taking a long time to type something, or you are going to take a bit to type something, I would suggest either starting in advance when we get onto the application, or if you're not aware you have a comment, please just say, I have a comment, and then we can wait for you to type something out if you're worried about getting a whole string put in. I know RJ had a longer comment before and was really close on time. So if you do have something that's going to take a bit to type, please just let us know you're commenting, and then we'll wait patiently.
Thank you, Jeff. That's a great suggestion to our roughly probably 30 people watching, I think.
I feel like most of them are in the Zoom as well right now.
I think that's a good possibility.
So, well, if it makes you feel better, last night's select board meeting, I think, peaked out at almost, 600 that were watching at one point.
Well, and I was watching on television, so you wouldn't have had my number counted.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I think we've got a
A small person.
that sounds like a baby.
Terry, write that one up.
I'd say whenever you're ready, Madam Chair.
Okay, yeah, it's looking low. So Jeff, do we have everything we need to close this one?
Yes.
Brian, would you like to close?
Please.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to close.
Is there a second?
Second.
I think the second went to Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Anderson, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur, Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
So that carries unanimously.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Brian.
Stay safe and healthy.
Two.
You too.
So we are moving on to Harborfront Realty Trust, Village Way, and the representative is Paul Santos.
Good evening, everyone.
Hey, Paul.
Good to see you
Hi,
all.
Paul.
This is a notice of intent application for Village Way. We were before the commission at the last meeting. This is Paul Santos on behalf of Nantucket Surveyors and the property owner, Harborfront Realty Trust. This is the application for the proposed removal and relocation of an existing set of beach stairs within a coastal bank to the coastal dune beach interface. We do have a DEP file number. At the last meeting, we did not have a response from NHESP. That has been received. It's in your packet. It was will not adversely affect under the Wetland Protection Act. And it was will not result in a prohibited take under the MASH Endangered Species Act. To refresh your memory, this is a parcel of land at the end of Village Way. That's essentially landlocked, if you will. It fronts on the water, but it does not really have any frontage for an upland lot. There are, however, two landowners that are not part of the application, the Smalls and property owned by Providence Associates, in which we discussed the purpose of this is to relocate this existing set of beach stairs and then potentially divide the property up amongst Providence Associates, Small, and Mr. Leibowitz, who is currently the owner of the property, and he abuts at the end of Village Way, in order to provide beach access to both Small and Providence Associates. If you do remember also, Mr. Small's son was in the attendance at the last meeting and did not speak, but was in attendance at the last meeting. So again, relocation of an existing set of beach stairs. We have a DEP file number. We have NHESP correspondence, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Paul. All right. So are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Scanning. It looks like not. Jeff, I guess we will open this up to our public.
I think we're good.
Yeah. Jeff, you're blowing up the comments section for us.
Holding it.
So do we have everything we need to close?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move for approval.
All right, so moved by Mark, is there a second?
Second.
All right, seconded by Maureen. By roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank you, Paul. I think
Thank you, Paul.
you're muted, I think, Paul, but thank you. All right. So then we are moving on to Kim Glowacki at 46 Easton Street, represented by Dan Wells. Dan, are you there? Can you hear
Yes.
us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Starting the video. Okay. All set? Okay. Again, my name is Dan Wells from Goddard Consulting. I'm representing Kim Glowacki for 46 Easton Street. We were before the commission over a month ago with our initial hearing. Since that hearing, I've submitted multiple supplemental materials. I'm happy to go through what those submittals were. The first one is a revised site plan. As you can see, this included minor revisions. The limit of coastal dune was revised. Three of the flags were deleted and a new flag was added. So the associated buffer zones were updated. Also, there's an existing wood bulkhead, and it was labeled as Coastal Bank Resource Area, and the buffer zone remains unchanged, but it's labeled properly. In addition to those changes, the overall footprint of the project is essentially similar. It's a little bit more detailed. One addition is a cantilevered deck that extends off of the rear of the two dwellings. So I guess let's move on to the next supplemental information, then we can come back to this. One of the commissioners had requested some information about the existing bulkhead and wanted some information, historical photographs and possibly plans as to when this was constructed. So I was able to come up with quite a few, some historical photos of the property itself, which showed the bulkhead, and those dated back to the early 1900s. There's also some historical plans that dated back to even as early as 1886. There's one from 1899 and 1921. And finally, I provided some historical aerial photos that date back to 1938. So, but essentially, that bulkhead has been in place since at least 1886, as far as we can tell. So I don't know if there's any additional questions you may have about that, but I think it's well documented that's been there for quite a while. And the final supplemental information is it's prepared by the architect for the project, Brooke Meerbergen, and it's basically a massing concept plan which shows kind of visual of the layouts in different perspectives of what the ground level of this project is going to look like. And so it's important because we're arguing that this project should be considered a water dependent project under the bylaw. And so the commission at our initial meeting had requested this detailed information. Joanne, I don't know if you have the ability to show that on the screen share. Maybe go up, scroll up. Yeah, that one. So you can see different perspectives, but essentially there's an 8-foot high, the lower portion of the both buildings is going to be at least 8 feet high, and there's going to be a 10-foot wide access. And this area is going to be entirely dedicated to storage of boats, fishing poles and other water associated uses. So this was done, as I mentioned in the first hearing, we've been working with DEP Waterways to design the project so it would qualify for a Chapter 91 license. So after some additional back and forth with them, I know it doesn't affect your decision, but just so you're aware, we have plans that are essentially ready to file that are likely to be approved for a license by DEP under Chapter 91. So the important question now is we had asked the commission to consider the project as being a water dependent project in accordance with the bylaw definition of water dependency. I'm happy to revisit that definition or reread it, but I think before we get into the details of the site plan, I think that's the critical issue here is what's the commission's, opinion as to whether or not this project is water dependent under the bylaw. If the commission feels that this is water dependent, then the project likely is approvable under the bylaw regulations. The project is already approvable under the Wetlands Protection Act. So I guess I would turn it back to the chair and the commissioners to get some feedback on that question about water dependency.
Thank you, Joanne, for screen sharing. Seth, looks like has the first question.
Yeah, before we get into that, I have a question about the bulkhead information that was submitted via aerial photographs, historic photographs, and historic plans. I know some of this is quite dated. Going on off the photographs and off especially the old survey, it would seem to me that that bulkhead exists past the point of where the house ends. And I know that when we were out at the site, we were able to see what the current terminus above the ground is, but I raised this issue before, thinking that there might be additional material of that bulkhead buried beneath the sand. So I'd like to see that survey done so that we can get the plan updated with the exact accurate length of that bulkhead, which is acting as a coastal bank.
Thank you, Seth. Do you have a reply to that, Dan?
Yes. So I guess the coastal dune resource area is closer to the existing dwelling. If you just look at the plan and extend that bulkhead line across to the left, the dune is going to be closer to the project than the bulkhead. So it's, in terms of having a setback distance, it's, it wouldn't matter. Any offset from the coastal, the performance standards I think are similar for coastal bank and coastal dune. If it's a buried coastal bank, I don't think it necessarily would qualify as a coastal bank. But regardless, looking at the two-dimensional site plan, there's a resource area considerably closer to the project than that buried bulkhead. So I don't think it's relevant. That's my opinion.
So generally speaking, we would want the resource area boundaries all correct on the plan, whether or not it's closer to the new house proposal. We still want that accurate representation.
Okay, so if we assumed that bulkhead was still continuous, we can just show it kind of a dashed line on the site plan.
Yeah, or maybe I think someone should go out to the site and actually try and find the bulkhead and then accurately represent where it ends.
Okay, we can do that.
Seth?
Yeah, if I just may comment, Dan, I totally understand what you're saying about the setbacks not playing much of a role here, but it's still important to have the right delineation going forward in the future so that if there are additional submissions or whatever, we already know what the resource areas are rather than going through this again.
Understood.
Any other comments, Joe?
I would just say that maybe what he should do is where he's going to remove the Japanese knotweed, maybe that's probably the best place to do his test bore to find the wall. You know, maybe start there.
That makes sense.
Any other, Seth?
Yeah, this is a little bit separate, but at the initial hearing, I had some concerns about the protocol for removal of Japanese knotweed. And I'd asked the applicant to provide a protocol using chemical removal rather than manual removal. So I was just wondering if they looked into that at all or could provide an updated plan.
Dan?
Yep. So I intend to revise the plan to reflect that procedure. I just didn't want to finalize it until we had a second hearing with feedback from the commission on the project overall. But certainly that's the intention, is to make that modification exactly how you requested it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the commission? Mark?
Have we established that this proposed dwelling, which is above boat storage, qualifies as a water dependent use?
I think that's a great question and one that I have as well. I know when I look at the plan, it says dwelling, dwellings in this area are required to be 8 feet up because they're in the flood zone. So I do not see this as a water dependent use as I look at the proposed project. I don't know if any other commissioners want to weigh in on that. Seth and then Ian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the applicant providing the architectural plans from Mirbergen Designs. I think that the storage area for water dependent uses that's been described on the plan is relatively ambiguous. I know the applicant said that they're going to use this for storage of boats and marine equipment, but at the last meeting, there was a discrepancy in talking about how the boats were going to be transferred. Are they going to be taken from the storage area over the resource area and into the water there? Or are they going to be taken out and moved off-site and then into the water there? And I'm just really concerned about how a storage area without a direct access to the water with a coastal bank and a coastal dune in between it and the water could provide adequate access.
Yeah, Seth, I actually remember from the last meeting, the property owner said they wouldn't be taking boats out over the resource area. They'd actually drive them and launch them somewhere else, which again kind of negates that water dependency. Seth, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I don't want to go too much back and forth, but I remember that as well. The property owner said that if there was large boats, they'd be trailing them to Children's Beach. And if there were small boats, potentially they would be moving them over the resource area. I think that both of those are potentially detrimental or potentially have issues with them, in that if you're not using kind of the large boats for the access that is providing storage, then you're not water dependent. And also if you're just taking small boats and dragging them through a resource area, that's potentially detrimental to the resource itself. Like, I'm a kayaker. I've dragged my kayak through the beach before, and I try not to drag it through a dune, but if you do, it's causing impact to that vegetation and to that sand that's in place. So I think even if they could bring the water dependent resources from that storage shed, those boats that you're talking about, from the storage shed through the resource area and into the water, it's going to cause a detrimental effect to the resource area anyway.
Thank you, Seth. I think that Ian had a question, and then Joe, on to you. Ian, do you still have a question
No, I don't have a question.
or
If
comment?
this is a water dependent use, I'll change my name to Captain William Bligh. And, the bottom line is that everybody will be claiming it while they raise their buildings to build within our 50-foot, separation. So I'm opposed to this, the way it's drawn, respectfully.
And then Joe.
So I have a problem with a foundation plan where part of the house would be on piers, but the main mass would be on a full foundation. And even if they do have, smart panels or breakaway panels, it sounds like there's going to be chemicals, gasoline cans, if it's a boat stored or a car. I mean, I just have a problem with that. Plus, I also have a problem if there is flooding in this area that we're going to get a storm surge and we're going to get accelerated wave energy going between these two structures. And I feel that if you're going to have this house here, it's got to be all on piers. It has to. We've seen it flood. There's still excessive amount of water across the street in the wetland area. I just think that this needs to be an open area and access. And I really have a problem with chemicals being below the buildings. I just think that's going to be really problematic when the tide does come up, and whatever happens is not going to be a good solution. It's going to be a major problem there. So.
Thank you, Joe. I agree with the boats with gasoline and motor oil and all of the stuff in the flood zone. Maureen?
Yeah, I agree with the view that simply because you're storing boats in this relatively small portion of this dwelling, that becomes water dependent. That could be, you could be putting a car in there, the fact that you choose to put things which can be put on the water somewhere. I mean, it's dependent is dependent. It's not, maybe sometimes you could, or what have you. It just makes it, I can't make this make common sense. And it's a creative idea, but I just do not agree that this makes it water dependent.
Thank you, Maureen. Dave?
My questions were regarding, as well as Joe's, the foundation. If they're in the AE area in the flood zone, I didn't know if they had designed flow-through panels. There's nothing showing that I saw. I don't know if they've given that a lot of consideration.
Dan, do you have an answer for that?
I can, on page 3 of the plan, it does indicate, it says door and flood vents will be designed to break away under flood surge conditions. So if that addresses the question.
Thank you, Dan.
Okay.
Thank you. Joe?
Yeah, I just think in this area, I think a hard armoring kind of foundation is not going to work. I think it's really going to be problematic for the abutters next door, and the water accelerating, going deeper into across the street into the wetlands. I think it's going to be problematic. So I'd rather see the entire property on piers. And I understand they may want to create one little small bulkhead mechanical room. I could see something really small that is below grade so they can get the mechanicals and that's protected. I think that'd be fine, but I don't agree with the entire ground floor being, a concrete mass of this shape and size.
Thank you, Joe. Seth?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to think a little bit about what Joe said as well. And if there's a major flood in this area and you get those panels breaking away and you get water entering what they're calling that storage area, not only are there potential chemicals leaching out, but how are these boats going to be, stored exactly, and how are they going to be locked to the wall? Are they going to be on a trailer? Are they going to drive cleats into the foundation and tie them up? There's a potential, if we get a big storm, for lots of objects to be clashing around in there and cause damage not only to the resource area but the structure itself, and to whatever they're storing in there.
Yeah, I think I brought that up last time too, Seth. Definitely a concern. Dan, have you guys thought that through?
I don't think we've come up with that level of detail at this point, but I'm sure there's a solution, and that once the design got more detailed. But yeah, as of right now, I don't think we've discussed that.
Okay. Any other, Ian? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry. So we seem to be skirting around what I consider the elephant in the room, is construction within the 50-foot separation. And so I take a dim view of them trying to build any new structure within the 50-foot barrier.
Yeah, I think that comes down to, if we don't think it's water dependent, then that's not allowed. And I know that my feeling is that it's not water dependent. And it sounds like other commissioners feel the same way.
Do we need to seek a legal opinion from town council?
Jeff?
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you guys are going to talk about water dependency and that it's not water dependency, I think it would be helpful just for the minutes in the record to clarify that you don't feel that it's water dependent under the definition within our regulations. Because I know there's waterways has a different definition of water dependency. DEP's is a little bit different than ours. There's a lot of difference. So just as long as you're clear where that's from, and if people are interested, I actually have our definition up if people would like to hear it. So
that would be great, Jeff, if you could read our definition.
Sure. So our entire definition, and I apologize, it's a little lengthy. Water dependent uses reads, projects which require direct water access for their intended use and therefore cannot be located out of the area subject to protection under the bylaw. Examples include, but are not limited to, docks, piers, boat landings, boathouses, marinas, stairs to beaches, and boardwalks over wetland vegetation. Projects which benefit from wetlands access but which do not require it are not water-dependent uses. Examples include restaurants, dwellings, and commercial enterprises servicing marine-related uses such as fish markets, repair facilities, ship chandleries, and general use recreational trails.
Thank you, Jeff.
No problem.
Seth?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't know how specific we want to get after hearing that definition under the local bylaw, but it's important to point out that dwelling is specifically in the list of things that are considered not water dependent. And also the first part of that definition is that require direct water access. And from the earlier comments that I gave and the chairs as well, it's unclear if this requires direct water access, what they're talking about, storage of boats. I think it doesn't. I think it benefits from water access, but things that benefit but don't require are not considered water dependent.
Yeah, I mean, for me, for this to be water dependent because of boats being stored, it would have to truly be a boathouse, not a dwelling where the boats are stored above the flood zone. There's some actual launch for the boats leaving the building, a very clear design that is what it's intended for. Would be my feeling, especially after that definition that Jeff read. So, Maureen?
Yeah, I think it's very clear that this is not water dependent according to our bylaw, and I would feel completely comfortable in saying this is not a storage with the exceptions that they mentioned, not the exceptions, but the things that would not be considered water dependent, like repair or a chandlery or what have you. Those would involve typically boats being stored in a place like that for repair or something or another. And so anything that I can think of that this might truly be used for and would not be allowed under our bylaw. And further, when you look at the fact that this could, if you want to use this to make something water dependent, I think the structure has to be fully water dependent and not, this is the tail wagging the dog at best, even if we considered this to be kind of a stationary boathouse. But it's not, it's not even that. I mean, it's nothing more than it looks to me, quite frankly, like nothing more than an opening, under the foundation where it can be walled off and someone can call it boat storage, and therefore somehow it becomes water dependent. It's so far removed. I just don't think to my mind, there's really no question that it's not water dependent. I can't see any exception in there that would allow for this to be, this is a very large thing to get through to get through the definition, and I just don't see that it fits.
Thank you, Maureen. Mark, I think you had a question or comment?
Yes, are we prepared to make a finding that it's not water dependent? Because I am.
I mean, I think we could make a finding.
I agree with Mr. Beal.
So is there a motion to make a finding that this is not a water dependent use? Looks like.
So moved.
There a second?
Second.
Seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
and Topham.
Aye.
So that finding carries unanimously that we do not feel this is a water dependent use. Dan?
Okay, appreciate the decision. It's pretty clear. I think I would request that we have an opportunity to continue the hearing and work with a redesign or,
So Dan, let us just open it up to the public to make sure they don't have comments at this point too before you continue.
Okay.
So Jeff, I guess we can open this up. It looks like it's open already.
I feel bad that I've been dominating the chat on YouTube with my comments. So,
Chatty guy.
I think it's nice you're keeping everybody in line and organized and announcing the project. Good.
Trying. I tried on that one. Joanne had a good suggestion that when the conversation was going, that people could start putting their comments in since chat isn't really closing, to try to get people more time to get comments out. So we get a little better at it by the minute on the remote access here. So by the time we really get good at it, we'll be back to regular meetings.
Yes, they're just commenting to you directly.
So we did have one comment that Terry Norton agreed that she didn't feel that it was a water dependent use as well. And the Nantucket Memorial Airport had a comment about my beard. So that's not really relevant to the application.
But adds a little humor nonetheless.
Yes.
It's better than asking the state representative if he's wearing pants or not.
I wonder who asked the state representative if he was wearing pants last night. Maybe Mr. Cohen has the answer to that question. Got
quite a poker face. So Jeff, it does not look like we are having public comment, or not a lot of it on this one.
No, we have not gotten anything directly to this application.
Okay. So with that, it sounds like the applicant wants to request a continuance.
That's correct.
When would you like to continue to?
I believe is April 30th. Is that the next available?
Yes,
Okay.
that's our next meeting.
Okay, yes, we'd like to try for that one, please. April 30th.
Okay, so 46 Easton Street will continue until April 30th. Thank you, Dan.
Okay, thank you.
So we are moving on to Nantucket Memorial Airport at 14 Airport Road. And the representatives are Jed Merrow and Noah Carberg.
So Noah's participating only through the YouTube chat, I believe.
Okay.
But I know Jed was here. So
Yes, I'm on. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Would you like me to present the project?
Yes, please.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Hope you're
A
having
little
good
louder,
evening.
please.
Okay, let me see here. Thanks, everybody, for hearing us. Is that loud enough?
Yes, thank you.
That's better. Thank you.
Great. So the project is a fence project. And as you know, the fence is a safety feature. It's there for keeping people and animals off the airfield for their safety and for the safety of air travelers. It's required to be inspected regularly and maintained in good condition. Segments of the fence are in poor condition, mainly due to rust, need to be replaced. Here's the project you see on the screen. It's a simple fence placement. It's going to be replaced in kind and more or less in place. I'll get to that in a moment. Part of the fence is in the coastal zone, within coastal dune. So you can see at the bottom of the screen, the light green is the coastal beach line. The blue is the land subject to coastal storm flowage, which just barely overlaps the existing fence. And correct on the left side of the screen there. The coastal dune line is the darker green line that is just on the land side of the fence. And the sand and the vegetation is encroached on the fence like a little bit, I guess you'd say. It's just, the fence is just barely inside the edge of the dune and right at the edge of the perimeter road, which is the road that's used to inspect the fence and inspect the airfield periodically. And the yellow dashed line and the green dashed line are the buffers for the coastal beach and the coastal dune, respectively. There is 1,400 feet of fence to be replaced. Most of the fence posts are in good enough condition to be retained and will be maintained and left in place with new fabric put on the fence. It's an 8-foot high chain link fence with 3 strands of barbed wire on the top. If you'll scroll down to the next page. So this is the western segment where the fence will be replaced exactly in the current location and the fence posts will be retained. The new fabric will be placed directly on top of the existing ground, flush with the ground. If any of the existing fence is within the dune, it's buried within the dune, the proposal is to cut it off at ground level and leave it in place. Next slide, please. This is the middle segment, and most of this will be replaced in its current location, and the existing fence posts will be retained. On the right side of your screen, you'll see the existing and proposed fence diverging slightly. That's where the The fence is proposed to be relocated 2 feet inland of the existing fence. And we'll go to the next slide. This is where the existing fence posts are heavily deteriorated and need to be replaced. So the fence posts and the fabric, wherever they are, wherever they extend below the existing ground level, will be cut off at the ground surface and left in place. And a new fence will be replaced and erected inside, 2 feet inside the existing fence, basically on the edge of the existing perimeter road. The green line there again is the coastal dune line. So the work is within actually the edge of the coastal dune. We figure based on a 6-inch, half a foot diameter impact area at each fence post, each new fence post, there will be about 42 square feet of impact area. We're considering it temporary impact because we'll be cutting off the old posts, and there will be as much dune at the end of the project as there is currently. And I think that's about all we have to say. The work would be done in fall of this year. And the installation would occur from the existing perimeter road. So machinery would be working from the perimeter road. The new posts would be driven in with a driver. And there is equipment on the island that can do that kind of work. And that's about all I have to say about the fence. I'll be glad to answer any questions you have about it.
Thank you, Jed. Are there any questions or comments from commissioners? I just have one question about the fence that you might be cutting off and leaving below grade. Do you have any idea how far that might extend below grade?
I don't know offhand. If you look at the photographs in the notice of intent application, you can get some idea of it, because I think that the fence was originally installed at the ground elevation of the perimeter road and the adjacent land, and then the dune has drifted in. Probably the fence has caught some of the sand and debris that blows in, and the fence and the vegetation has drifted in along the fence line. So I think it's probably a foot or two. I'd be surprised if it was any more than that. Some places less than that. I'm sure it varies a bit as you go along the fence line.
So I guess this is kind of a question for Jeff and then back to you, but whenever we have these coastal projects and we're leaving material below grade to potentially be exposed at a later time, it just concerns me that, we might be leaving jagged metal there. And I'm just wondering, Jeff, could we condition its removal upon exposure?
Certainly, we've entered conditions like that before for similar kind of work.
Okay. And Jed, you guys would be amenable to that, I'm assuming?
Absolutely, that'd be fine. Yeah, we discussed that option as well, and it's weren't sure what was the best way to go to cause that little bit of disturbance or remove the material.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, Ian?
Yes, Madam Chair. So perhaps this is for Jeff, but should there be a waiver granted so that it's not establishing a precedent for where the work is taking place?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from commissioners? We'll check on our public or open it up to the public.
I have one already. So
Okay.
my strike in advance has been helpful. So Burton Balkind has asked the question, has any site evaluation been done for endangered species like plovers or fall migrating birds?
Yes, that's an excellent question. We haven't done any bird surveys. We have contacted the Natural Heritage Program about rare species. We have done a rare plant survey as part of the larger projects ongoing at the airport. And there are no rare plants within the path of the fence line, the proposed fence work. There is a rare blazing star, New England blazing star, that's closer to the airfield, but not along the path of the fence line, would not be disturbed. The work would be done in the fall, so it would be outside of any nesting season of any birds. So we don't believe there would be any impact to birds.
Did this particular part of the project have to go in front of Natural Heritage?
Yes, and I should have mentioned that there's the Natural Heritage was provided with a copy of the notice of intent simultaneously, and they do need to sign off on it. And they're holding off on, we've been discussing with them about, they have not expressed any concerns about the project, but they're holding off on commenting on it until they see what conditions the Conservation Commission has.
Normally, wouldn't they comment beforehand, Jeff, and give us the sign off?
Typically, yes. On a site like the airport where it's already really heavily regulated by Natural Heritage, so they're already under a kind of an operational plan with them to deal with all of the rare plants and some of the habitat management that goes on the property. This isn't unheard of, but it's typically only in those kinds of situations where that's the case. So I think probably from our end, I think we would probably anticipate, and I know they're talking about doing it in the fall, but conditioning that work happen in the fall and outside of the nesting season. I think our primary species of concerns for this area would potentially be piping plover or least tern, potentially. But I think a time of year restriction would take care of that. And I don't believe any work is really going to be done from the beach side as part of the protocol. So I think that would probably suffice.
Thank you, Jeff. So any other thoughts or questions from commissioners? Mark?
Do we use the words public safety when we're making a decision regarding this with waivers and our decision?
I guess, is that a good question for Jeff?
Yeah, you certainly can. I mean, I think looking at a waiver for the work adjacent to the coastal dune, I mean, I think taking into account the inherent public safety and protection of the public resource like the airport, obviously has some inherent benefit in the analysis of the use of the property and how it works all together with the resource areas.
I would encourage us to use the words public safety, just because waivers should be hard to get, and this is a good reason to grant one.
Yeah, I think we could put together language that accommodates that.
Thank you. Seth, do you have a comment or question?
Yeah, I just have a question related to how long the fence opening is going to be open while the construction or the replacement is taking place, especially if you do it in the fall. I know from firsthand knowledge, things like New England blazing star, they bloom in September. And if there's an opening in the time they're blooming, there might be deer or other animals coming into the opening and eating them, causing detriment to those plants. So is there going to be like a temporary fencing or some type of protection to prevent animals getting in?
Jed?
Yes, there will. That's a very good question. The airport, the integrity of that fence line will be retained at all times. And there'll either be a temporary fence or some such provisions made during construction so that when the workers aren't there and actively working, that there will still be some kind of fence that will be functional and in place.
Thank you, Jed. Any other questions or thoughts from the commission? And it looks like our public is pretty quiet. So Jeff, I know we don't have Natural Heritage, but do we have everything we would need to close for this? Oh, you're muted.
I believe in this case, yes, we would.
Okay. Is there a motion from the commission?
Move to close.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. Thank you, Jed.
Thank you to the town.
So now we are moving on to 300 Pulpus Road LLC at 300 Pulpus Road. And that will go to Jeff Blackwell to present.
Hello. Hopefully you can hear me. Am I coming through?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, great. I'm having a little difficulty with my iPad, so I've had to go to headphones, but everything seems to be working. I'm so happy. So this project that is before you is to provide a waterproofing solution to an existing structure. The structure was actually originally built back in the late 70s as a blacksmith shop, believe it or not. The owner at the time had an interest in that sort of work, and that was the start of the building. The use of the building has evolved over time, and now the son of the original owner and builder owns the property and wants to finish off the inside or a portion of the inside for a music practice and recording studio. Unfortunately, the building suffers from water infiltration through a cinder block type foundation, and the proposal is to dig along the building on the north, east, and south sides, and to apply the normal spray-on waterproofing material, let that cure, add a layer of 2-inch rigid foam insulation, which will help prevent condensation on the inside and the dampness on the inside of the building. And then to refill the soil or backfill the soil to its natural grade. If you can see the contours, you'll see that this was constructed in the sort of classic bank barn type construction where the barn doors are on the east side and then the grade slopes off, and it's basically you have a walkout basement on the west side. The property has suffered from a collection of debris over many years, decades actually, and the current owner has a dumpster out there, and he is starting to pull all sorts of stuff out of the bushes and in some cases out of the wetlands itself. But he has a ways to go. There is more work to do, and I would expect that if you're inclined to improve the project, that there would be a condition to complete the cleanup before the work on the waterproofing and insulation of the foundation could commence.
Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Is this the property that's right, like as Pulpus Road splits to Wallwinnet?
It's one property beyond. It's there's a collection of buildings on the property which you may be able to see on the plan. There's a main house, a cottage, and then several outbuildings. Caleb Cressman is the owner.
Yeah, it's funny because I actually asked Jeff about this property probably like 6 weeks ago, worried about all the debris I was seeing in the wetland, and now a dumpster that looks like it's within the wetland boundary potentially, or in the buffer zone.
I don't have a location on the dumpster itself. I don't know that it's in a wetland, but it certainly, if it isn't, it's not far away. I think with the advent of the state of the affairs in the world, I think the cleanup may have has slowed. They seem to be making pretty good progress at one point, but I believe that things have not progressed as quickly in the recent month or month and a half of the cleanup.
Okay. Any questions from commissioners?
Well, not that I couldn't really tell where the wetland was on the plan, but
It's right next to that building. The flags are like right there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost it's almost the wetland is.
I was looking further away than that. Thank you.
Okay, the wetland is in some locations coincident with the proposed silt fencing, and in a couple locations, the wetland is just a little bit behind the proposed silt fencing.
Any, Joe?
I appreciate them doing cleanup in the wetland, but I kind of feel like Jeff or someone needs to go in and see what's going on and how some of this debris is going to be taken out. I'm a little concerned about that. I understand what he's doing and why he's doing it. I think that's great, but I do think that we need to have a little oversight on what's going on and how this is being done.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joe, there, because I've also noticed on this property and many others, open dumpsters, and there's crows perched on the dumpsters and stuff gets pulled out of those dumpsters, and just regulating a little more. I also, when I look at the proximity of this structure to the wetland and the thought of excavating all around it to waterproof it, honestly, my feeling is they should try and move the building out of the wetland buffer zone, certainly out of the 25. I just think it would be inappropriate to kind of allow that level of work so close to the wetland without thinking of moving the structure. And I don't know how other commissioners feel about that, but that's definitely a concern for me.
Well, I guess I feel that if the work can be done in a way that doesn't affect the wetland, then the alternative is they could just leave it there. And so I don't feel as strongly about it as maybe you do, Ashley.
Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe I need better detail of where we're going to be excavating soil and how that's replaced to not impact this wetland boundary. It's close to the actual wetland, so I find it hard to believe there won't be significant disturbance. Joe?
I kind of agree with you, Ashley, but I'm wondering if Jeff could go out and take photographs and maybe stake where the excavation would go. I mean, I know the site, going out to the cranberry bogs, etc. But I really, you don't see the backside. So I really think that some photographs where we can't be doing site visits. I think some photographs from Jeff would really clarify to what extent of the excavation would occur. I kind of agree with you, Ashley, but at the same time, I think if it can be done mindfully and carefully, I think it should be okay. So I think if photographs would help me visually see the impact.
Thank you.
I can, through the chair.
Yep.
I can provide photographs to you, and I can also zoom in on the plan to detail locations where excavation is required, and then basically along the west side, closest to the wetland, there wouldn't be any excavation along that side because the way the grade slopes down, that you're really walking out of the, you're coming down to the lower level with grade, and no digging on that side is proposed. So it's really the north, east, and south portions of the north and south, and then the side furthest away from the wetland, facing the main house, is where you'd have the deepest depth of excavation, and that is where you'd be furthest from the wetland. So the bank is on the correct side to keep most of the major excavation furthest from the wetland.
Thank you, Jeff.
But I can provide photographs and an enhanced plan to really reinforce that information at the next meeting.
I feel like if we can't have site visits for longer, we're actually going to need like virtual tours of these sites. Could be the future. Joe?
So it's just Jeff, when your scans come in, sometimes they're really fuzzy, and this one's very grainy, even in the board packet. So I don't know if what's the best way to send it, but just something that's a little easier to read. I just find your plan, this plan, extremely difficult to kind of read. It's extremely fuzzy, and it looks like someone did it with an old Apple printer from back in the day. Thanks.
Sure.
Dave, do you have a question?
Upgrade your printing. You got to upgrade your printing, Jeff. Yeah, it's hard to read the contour numbers and elevations, but I assume it being the east side, the front of the building where they walk in the doors, to the west side, the bottom of the foundation, it's at least 8 feet that is going to be excavated on the east side, and then on the north and south, from 8 down to nothing to the back end. You're probably talking on the east side, like a 5-foot trench. You're going to have it without a trenching system, shoring system. You'd have to have it away enough for safety. So you're talking about a fair amount of fill on 3 sides being removed.
Yes. Yeah. The amount of fill decreases as you approach the wetland due to the way the existing grade. But we'll draw an exploded view and highlight that information.
Thank you, Jeff.
Seth?
I would also I'd also encourage maybe a spot located on the plan for. I'm not comfortable with you just digging the trenches and leaving the material off to the side of the bank, being that close to the wetland. If there happen to be, in the case of this work, a couple days of heavy rain, you're gonna, even with a silt fence, you're gonna have a lot of runoff of material. Maybe there could be another spot a little further away on the flatter area of the property. I assume it flattens out through the driveway towards the main house.
Okay, we'll work with the owner to designate a location for the temporary storage of soils.
Thank you, Jeff. Seth, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, just trying to think a little bit about the feasibility of what you raised with potentially relocating the structure. I happen to know this site a bit, and it's hard to see from the plan. It might help when we get the photos, or especially if there are aerial photos submitted. There are a lot of obstacles in the way with other buildings and things. So I support relocation if it's possible. I think it might be a logistic challenge at this site.
Yeah, I drive past this site now that I'm not in school regularly every day to go walking out there, so I'm fairly familiar with the layout. But yeah, the pictures and an alternatives analysis I think would be nice.
Okay.
Any other thoughts from the commission? Maureen?
I just had a question. Obviously, this is such a, it's so intertwined practically with the wetlands. I think we're all kind of searching for, Jeff, what would be a kind of, what's the plan for this? And something I was thinking about is like, would this excavation be done by hand? I mean, you're right in the midst there, or is it too big a job to be done by hand? I mean, I think we just got, we'd really like to see more detail about how this would be done, the photographs and everything else. I just think we all feel we just don't have enough information to, to make a decision.
Yeah, it's definitely not a job for hand digging. The smallest excavator that is available would be, I think, the minimum that you would need in order to move that much material. But I'll also document that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners? It's looking like the public is fairly quiet.
Yeah, I asked a bit ago and nothing has put anything, so I'll give them the old last chance.
Thank you, Jeff.
Down to 28.
And it sounds like they'll get another crack at it anyway, so.
Yeah.
Make a good auctioneer, Jeff.
Well, I'm more paranoid about the chat and people feeling like they got slighted and dealing with the aftermath of that than I am about having to type a gajillion comments to kind of keep it moving. So.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate your diligence in managing the chat.
That I'm really at this point, I'm hoping that my comments are greater than everyone else's times like 10 at this point. I'm going to dominate the chat that much.
I felt bad for Jason Bridges last night. He was
yeah. That was, I mean, he had like 600 people, and I can't even imagine how many people actually commented, but it was a lot.
Well, and people are more brave to comment like inappropriate or off-topic things online than they are in regular meetings.
Yeah.
I think the cocktail they were setting in by then, near the end.
Yeah, by like quarter till 10, people were getting a little punchy.
All right, so if there's no public comment and no other comments from commissioners, Jeff, would you like to continue this for 2 weeks?
Yes, to start, let's shoot for 2 weeks, and then I'll see how much information I can gather and whether I can work with the owner to answer your questions and provide more detail.
Thank you, Jeff. So this 300 Pulpus Road LLC will continue until April 30th. So moving on in our list, Timothy and Elizabeth Quinslick at 88 Quidnet Road.
Yes, this is a project. There's an existing dwelling on the property, and this property came before the Conservation Commission 3 or 4 years ago when we obtained a permit to install the new IA septic system, which has been installed, and that permit is signed off. You can see that the due to the location of wells on the not only on the property but also on the adjoining properties, the leach field is directly adjacent to the dune field, and the house itself is set back further. The proposal here is to take the structure, which is a classic Quidnet cottage, and it's been a seasonal cottage and is deteriorated significantly over the years. It's definitely been on the delayed maintenance program by the previous owners, and the current owners acquired the property about a year ago and have been trying to sort out how to not only stabilize the structure, but make it more livable for year-round use. You can see that the existing footprint, which is 1,221 square feet, is crosshatched and a bit lighter than the bold black line, which is the proposed location. I tried to highlight the reduction in the, well, let's say this differently. The new structure, the proposed structure, will be somewhat further away from the coastal dune and will approach more closely compliance with a 50-foot setback, but not quite get there by about a foot, just over a foot. The red cross hatching indicates where the existing structure will be removed, and the renovated structure and expanded structure will be brought back further from the coastal dune boundary. There is an existing well on the property that the owners would like to maintain, and the proposed structure is pushed right up tight to that well, pushing the building as far to the west as they would hope to construct it. It will be a new foundation and incorporation of the existing cottage into the renovation and final house configuration.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
So with that, I guess we will open it up to questions from the commission. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeff, if I may, it seems like that the proposed structure is rotated slightly from the existing dwelling. I like what you are proposing here with the minimizing of square footage within this 50-foot setback. But if it was rotated just a little bit the other way, would we be able to get that 8.2 square feet outside of the 50-foot setback without without kind of coming up upon that measured well that you talked about?
Okay.
Thank you, Seth. Ian?
Yes, I actually went out there, so I'm not sure if there was no one there. And it's certainly going to change the way it looks around there. But obviously the HDC approved it, so, right?
The project has been submitted to the HDC. I didn't check with Lisa Botticelli to see where they were with that. We're also, an application has been filed with the Zoning Board of Appeals because both on the north and south sides, zoning, the building predated the zoning, and the nonconformity in the current zoning was created when zoning came in. But we're also struggling with the orientation so that the proposed structure is not closer to the property lines than currently exists. So I take Seth's comments, and we'll see what we can do with that. We're sort of juggling between three boards at this point and trying to satisfy many masters.
Well, thank you. But another question or observation I'd like to make is that I don't want to see it being protected going forward as a pre-78 building because, you know, you're claiming that it's being a renovation when in fact it's complete reconstruction. And so I want to alert my fellow commissioners to how I feel there going forward, that when it's permitted, that be an observation going forward.
Yeah. Thank you, Ann. And I just want to say I second what Seth said. I would like to see this tweaked a little to get it out of the 50. It's so close to being out that it would be nice if we could make that happen. Maureen?
I had a question, Jeff. When you mentioned that well that it's bumping up against, you said they would like to retain that well. I mean, do they have, is there another well? I mean, I guess I'm asking, is that just something they would like to retain, or is that well vital to the use of the property?
Well, it is something they would like to retain. We haven't explored choosing a new well location site. We'd have to look at the septic systems in the area to see if we can fit that piece of the jigsaw puzzle as well into this whole relatively small property.
Mm-hmm.
But we can look into that.
Thank you. I think that, because that would certainly, I think, make us all feel more comfortable if that could be moved further west, I think, is that direction.
But we'll look into that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, are we open to the public on this one? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, yeah, I'll give up my last chance warning. I opened it up for comments when we started talking about it, and no one has anything to this point, so.
Awesome. Thank you.
But I'd say if you guys want to go ahead, we haven't had any this whole time, so.
Okay.
We've been losing viewers too. We're down under 30 now.
Yes, we are. So Jeff, would you like to look into these things and continue?
Yes, please.
Would you like to continue for 2 weeks until April 30th?
Yeah, let's try that, and then I'll check in with Sarah Alger and Lisa Botticelli, and we'll see what we can do with the house and the potential new well location.
Thank you. So this will continue until April 30th.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to move on to the town of Nantucket at 34 Washington Street, which is being presented by Carla Davis.
Good evening. This is actually Taria McGrail from Coastal Engineering. Can you hear me? Okay.
You're a little bit quiet. Can other commissioners hear?
Not very much.
I'll try to speak up more if that helps. So again, this is Taria McGrail from Coastal Engineering, here on behalf of the town of Nantucket for the proposed redevelopment project at the Harbor Master facility. So as I mentioned, the project is a redevelopment of the existing Harbor Master facility. It's located adjacent to the town pier and Nantucket Harbor. The resource areas on the project site include coastal beach, coastal dune, and land subject to coastal storm flowage with a velocity zone elevation of 11. On the plan, if you look at C211, we are showing the back of the dune in green, the 50-foot buffer in red.
Can you hold on 1 second? I think Jeff needs to mute. Oh, he's muted now. Sorry, go ahead.
So again, the back of the dune is shown in green, the 50-foot buffer is in red, and the 100-foot buffer to the coastal dune is shown in blue. So On site currently, there's an existing building that has a slab on grade foundation. The first floor of that building is at elevation 5.2. In addition to the building on the project site, there is also paved parking areas, walkways, brick walks and patios, a boardwalk, shell paths that are part of the park system to the south. And then also there's the existing town pier. This harbor master facility is a water dependent building. It provides the harbor master with visibility over the pier and also access in the event of an emergency or even just daily activities. The proposed project includes removal of the existing building and foundation, installation of a new building that will be set on a pile foundation that will be able to raise the structure about 3 feet above existing grade. The first floor of the new building will be up 4.7 feet higher than the existing finished first floor at an elevation of 9.9. The raised elevation of the building will improve the building's flood resiliency and also minimize risk during more frequent storm events. To the south of the proposed harbor master building, we're proposing a storage shelter building. This building will have a concrete slab foundation to support it, and it will have a fixed roof above. Since it's in the flood zone, we're proposing it to have open ends. I guess to the east and the west, those ends would be open. And then we'll have breakaway walls on the sides. The intent of the storage shelter is to house a trailer that the harbor master will be able to use for storage of different equipment that can't fit inside the building. In the event of a 100-year storm or a large storm event, the plan is that the trailer would be removed from the property. For that reason, you'll see when you look at the plan, there's a new curb cut proposed with a driveway that allows ease of access to move the trailer in and out of the site. To the south of the storage shed, there's the existing park. And in this park, there's shell pathways that provide access from Washington Street over to the harbor master facility and also to the public pier. In order to maintain pedestrian access after this project is installed, we're proposing to reroute the shell paths around the storage shelter and also the harbor master building. As a result of this rerouting of the pathways, approximately 450 feet of shell path will encroach into the dunal area. We're proposing to install the shell paths similar to what's there today, so they'll remain pervious. In order to mitigate for the encroachment into the dunal area of 450 square feet, we're proposing over 900 square feet of new dune that would be contiguous with the existing area. In this area, we're proposing to install compatible sand with the dunal area that's already there, and also plant American beach grass culms at about 18 inches on center. Overall, the project will result in an increase of 900 square feet of pervious ground cover on the site. This will aid with stormwater runoff management. And stormwater runoff from the proposed roof of both of the new buildings will now be captured on site. And we'll be managing it with drip infiltration trenches. The management of stormwater on site and an increase in pervious area is going to result in greatly improved stormwater management on the site. Currently, a majority of the runoff on the site is flowing towards catch basins that are in Washington Street. By capturing runoff from the roof and also from some of the impervious areas on the site, we'll be able to reduce the amount of runoff that flows towards the existing stormwater system in the road. The proposed redevelopment of the harbor master building will replace the existing building that has a slab on grade, and due to the low elevation is subject to frequent flooding. By elevating the building on piles, the area previously occupied by slab will become pervious. This will greatly improve the ability of floodwaters to flow beneath the building and reduce the risk of storm damage to the subject site and also neighboring properties. Overall, the proposed redevelopment project will result in a great environmental benefit through reduction of impervious cover, improved stormwater management, and also enhancement to the dunal area on the site. So that was kind of brief. I know it's a big project, but maybe some questions I can help answer.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission?
Sure.
All right, Ian?
It's massive. I mean, you know, when the land bank and everybody's trying to open up the view down the harbor, and this thing is just taking up half the park and absolutely massive. And I would urge them to reconsider putting such a large building there.
Yeah, Ian, I have to say I was surprised by how much larger this structure seems, and whether that's really necessary at this location, or if there could be a separate location for some of these things to keep it out of the water view.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I provide a quick response to that? Part of the improvements in the building are greatly improved bathroom facilities, which take up a majority of the first floor of the building. And also the second floor is going to have space for offices that are desperately needed, you know, according to the charrettes that have happened that have brought this design forward. I know that the lifeguards are going to be up there, and also other personnel that work for the harbor master in general, but most of that first floor, the whole building side of that first floor is mostly bathrooms and also stairwells and hallways. So it's going to be for the public use. It's an improvement for the public.
Okay, so that's going to be like the town pier bathrooms and showers, essentially?
Correct. Yeah, it includes a men's room, women's room, and then also a family room.
Well, how many square feet is it? I mean, my God, for bathrooms? Excuse me for expressing incredulity.
Joe, did you have a question?
I think she's kind of handcuffed. I think that the amount of boats you have on that harbor, Ian, I think she's required by the building code. I don't know if she can seek waivers, but I just know, you know, like a restaurant, it's so many square feet equals so many people and the size of your bathrooms. And so it really could be, I mean, right now what's down there is inadequate. It's way too small. It's really shabby. It's really despicable what the town has put forward. So I think that they are handcuffed by what the town needs to require for people coming and going, the charter fishing boats, et cetera, like all that usage that's there. I mean, I may be mistaken. Maybe there's one or two extra bathrooms, but looking at this, it is large, and I am kind of like, wow, I hope they have a successful story through the HCC, but I don't see that right now. But I do think that a lot of this is jumping over the HCC and going right to the building permit process and what the code book would require for a commercial structure. So I know what you're saying, Ian, and I agree with you. I mean, part of me was thinking like, it's too bad you couldn't put across the street, but then you're taking up whatever 15, 20 parking spaces, which I think is more out correct. So she's in a tough spot. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Dave, I think you had a question or comment?
No, Joe hit the nail right in the head. It's if you spent any time on the pier in busy days in the summer, those facilities are terribly inadequate for the numbers of public that are utilizing the town pier, that whole facility there. And Joe's right. I think the size of this is based on that, and of course it all has to be done on the ground floor, and even their office facility is pretty minimal as it is. And I congratulate them by trying, as we know, the town is trying to centralize all these departments, and I think it would be a big bonus for them to have lifeguard and all those other entities of the harbor masters in one location like that.
Thank you, Dave. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like no. Jeff, I guess it's time to open it up to the public.
Yes.
Can I just say one more thing?
So, yeah.
Is it Tarja? Is that okay? So I'm wondering if she could put in the file the code analysis that was required for that size structure, just to kind of help if someone has an issue with the size of it, and just say we were, based on what was required by the building department, this is what this building needs. And I like that the building is raised up, it's on piers. All the problems we had at Easton Street, they've got ahead of it, and they understand exactly our concerns for coastal flooding and, the accelerating of stormwater as it comes into inland. So thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Jeff?
I do have a public comment. RJ Turcott from the Nantucket Land Council has asked if any of the landscaping is going to have plants that require fertilization or fertilizing.
Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I can. So we selected American beach grass at this point because once it's in and growing, it's very low maintenance. I think it's a native plant to the area and it should do well in this location.
Thank
I
you.
wouldn't suspect it needs fertilizer.
And Jeff, I guess we could condition this, right? That no fertilizer be applied ever?
Certainly. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. If I write to Madam Chair to address a question that came up a second ago.
Yes.
Sure. So I happen to know that there was some talk for a period of time about alternative locations, whether it was across the street or dealing with that. And the issue that was kind of raised from the harbor master in those discussions, there was some concern about if they need to get to a boat or respond to something. People didn't want to be having to cross Washington Street on foot. There was some concern for doing that. I know they originally had talked about even putting them into the existing structure at 37 Washington Street, kind of where finance was. And that's been talked about for years. And that's one of the main reasons. And also to have them have direct access to the town pier without impediment is something that I know the harbor master really values as a resource and an opportunity for them. So
thank you.
Someone brought it up.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah. And having had my office in that building at one point and across the street, and crossing every day to switch jobs, that street can be kind of dicey, especially in summer.
Yeah. Any other questions or comments from commissioners? Looks like the public's pretty quiet here, Jeff. Do we have everything we need to close this, or do commissioners want more information?
Yes, I think because of the size of it, I totally take Joe and Dave's point, which I really hadn't considered. But I'd really like to see more detail. I'd like the public to have additional, especially while we face this social distancing, more time to reflect on whether they really want that larger building there, and whether or not I'm, an architect if necessary, could tweak the footprint within the conditions that you mentioned, Joe, so that it wasn't so large. I'm not going to enjoy going down there if that building is built that way. Speaking for myself, I just, maybe that's not an adequate reason to ask for more information, but that is part of our purview.
Yeah, the other thing, Ian, that just kind of sparked me to think about, where are we going to keep like the dumpster to tear the old place down? Like, is there a construction protocol for this?
We submitted a construction protocol. The activity is going to have to occur from the existing paved driveway parking area. There's going to need to be a dumpster on site during work, but probably a majority of the demo work will have to be live loaded and brought off site as they're removing it, just because we don't have very much real estate here to work with.
Okay, thank you. Mark, and then Jeff.
A question on the need for a shed on the property. If they're going to put a boat trailer in there, she had mentioned the boat will be on it like a crash boat. It'll be for storage for a trailer. There's no launching ramp there. The trailer could be anywhere. So I'm not sure why we need shed space for a trailer in that El Primo's spot.
Yeah, the thought for the trailer, it's on wheels to be a trailer so that it can be removed in a storm event. The shed type shelter above it is to provide protection and also try to ease the visibility of the trailer on the site.
But why is there a trailer on the site?
Because they do need a space to keep equipment and items that can't go in and out of the building in a locked container of some sort, so that it can be protected and taken out on a daily basis and put back.
Thank you. Dave had a question, and then Seth.
I think you're talking about this is what I assume. Maybe you can clarify this. So this is not primarily a boat trailer, but more of a car carrier type trailer, where they would, now that their building is now elevated to the flood zone and stuff, they have pumps and safety gear that relates to sinking boats and stuff like that. I assume that that's what this trailer is going to be designed for, and it would want to be on site because they then need to take it down the pier onto their boats and have quick access to it.
Exactly. It's items they need to have within close proximity, but need to be able to lock up at the end of the night.
Okay, thank you.
Would be tough lugging upstairs to, now their work area is above, would be the second floor, which is actually elevated even.
Yeah, and then Seth, I think you had a question or comment.
Yeah, it's just related to the same issue. I understand it's going to be a cargo trailer to store things that need to be in a locked container that don't necessarily fit in the building, but I don't necessarily see the need for the additional storage shelter if it's already an enclosed unit. I mean, these things have roofs and sides and doors. If it's only for the aesthetic view, just cedar shingle the cargo trailer and call it a day.
Yeah, because I have a question too about the trailering, because I guess I'm concerned, like if the lifeguards are up there, does that mean it's the trailer that carries their 2 ATVs on it are parking there every day? Like what exactly are we looking at?
Yeah, I can't, that's not what I understood it to include, but I can't confirm that at this time.
Yeah, because something like that I would think could find a more appropriate location than right on Washington Street. Jeff?
So we had 2 more public comments come in from the same person. So Rick Atherton commented originally, view sheds are important, very long-term outlook, take this into consideration. And then he also commented, and he just live commented as well. My comment on Easton Street was never posted, not your fault, but this is relevant to this as well. But the town has a long-term goal for a harbor walk from the Coast Guard station to the creeks. Please take this into consideration. And he continued, the land bank is spending millions of dollars to protect the view shed, and here the town is just doing the opposite.
Thank you for reading those.
No problem.
I don't know that they're really answerable by anybody, but they are good to take into consideration. So any other thoughts from commissioners? It sounds like we should continue this. Joe, did you have Mark?
I'd like to know specifically which employees are going to be down there. I mean, first, keeping the lifeguards there. Do the lifeguards need to be there? definitely the harbor master needs to be there and probably the assistant harbor master. But that's not lifeguards. They can be somewhere else, I would think.
Yeah, thank you. Joe Topham, did you have a question a minute ago and I missed you?
No, I'm all set.
All right. So if there are no more questions or comments from the commission, it does sound like we want to continue this for further discussion.
Please.
Would you like to continue for 2 weeks? Sorry, I'm not sure if you responded. Would you like to continue for 2 weeks?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, for some reason it just flashed out. If we could continue to the 30th, I'd like to request that.
Perfect. So this matter will continue until April 30th.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we're moving on in the public meeting. Request for determination. I think I missed this under the continuances earlier. The Karen Alper Revocable Trust of 2005 at 1 Wamasswood Place and 49 Meadowview Drive are continued until April 30th, which brings us into minor modifications that will be presented by our own Jeff Carlson. And we will start with KeyBank National Association at 14 Washing Pond Road.
1 second. Sorry, I got to get my stuff out.
Jeff, do you want me to put the plan up?
Sure. Yeah, that would be helpful. So if you guys remember this one from before, this was Arcus Barrow's project, where they were hoping to alter the access way for construction and access for the fiberway maintenance and the beach stairs that are there. And they were looking originally coming in there off of the end of the driveway, but now coming in with a more indirect route. We had continued this before to get comments from Heritage, which came in with some conditions. But other than that, that's what we're waiting for from them. So if people have questions, we can try to answer it, or if
Thank you, Jeff. Are there questions from the commission? There we go.
Sorry.
That's okay. So I didn't see you if you just raised your hand. So are there questions from the commission?
Art is back on if people have questions as well.
Jeff, do you think we need to open these up for public comment as well?
No, I don't believe we need to. We typically don't.
Okay. So if there are no questions from the commission, is there a motion to approve the minor mod?
Motion to approve.
So it's approved by Joe and then seconded by Dave. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
Fleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
So that carries unanimously. Thank you. And then we are moving on to Nantucket Wheelhouse LLC at 13 Massachusetts Ave.
All right, I'll let Art handle his minor mod.
So if Art's there, you can start whenever.
Thank you. So this is a request for a minor modification to essentially what was a residential redevelopment project within the buffer zone to a coastal dune. And there's a couple of slight changes in an as-built condition. There was a pre-existing brick walkway that led from the structure down to the beach. That was changed from red brick to stone stepping stones, which I think is actually an improvement. There is a concrete pad with a propane tank that was installed immediately adjacent to the house within the 50-foot buffer zone. And there was a fence that was along the edge of the lawn that previously existed, but that was repaired as part of the overall construction projects, and so some of it appeared like it was new. So I provided photos from pre-existing conditions to show that that was essentially the fence that was there. And then off to the east a little bit, a split rail fence was installed along the edge of the brush. And again, I would think that that would be considered a benefit in terms of restricting pedestrian access into the resource area. But those were features that differed from the approved conditions. And we are hoping to obtain a certificate of compliance for the project, but wanted to bring these changes to the attention of the commission.
Thank you, Art. Are there any questions from commissioners? Art, I just had one question, and I'm not sure if it's a change. The planting bed that's listed there, is that native species?
I have to bring up the photos. I think I included photos that were there, but I could double check to see what was put in there. I'm not sure.
Okay, just because typically that would be in an area where we'd want native plants. All right, so if there are no questions or thoughts from commissioners.
If I may, one of the pictures that was installed, it's a little outside of my, no pun intended, wheelhouse. There are grasses, tall grasses that are in that bed. And I think they're shown in one of the photos in the packet. Back one. I'm not controlling that. There you go. So you can see the tall grasses along the fence. Down one. One more. Yeah. Is that the planting bed along the edge of the lawn?
Yes, it is.
I don't know what kind of grasses they are, but they're just grasses. Ornamentals.
Yeah, I don't know if this is something maybe Jeff staff can check on
Certainly.
at some point. Just because we have discussed, a lot of different grasses that are now escaping planting beds. So I want to make sure that's a native species, or at least the seed heads are cut off every year, or some sort of proper management.
No, we can get that confirmed for sure.
Thank you. And then again, if there are no comments from commissioners, is there a motion to approve the minor mod?
So moved.
And then was that seconded by Maureen?
Yes.
Okay. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
and Topham.
Aye.
All right, so that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. So then we are moving on to Hulbert Ack LLC at 2 Hulbert Avenue, number 2.
Yes. All right. I think Paul is here, so Paul can go over that one as well.
So Paul, you are welcome to start whenever.
Okay, thank you. Again, Paul Santos for Nantucket Surveyors. This was a minor mod for 2 Hulbert that we came in with a plan to plant some English oak trees on the property line in a raised planting bed using bluestone on edge. This was to screen 2 Hulbert from 8 Hulbert that was recently approved to be raised in elevation due to the flood zone requirements. The commission had issues with both the planting bed and the tree types, so we've removed the raised planting component with the bluestone and just proposed American hornbeam trees in the same area. They're depicted as American hornbeam trees, 4 foot on center along the westerly property line. And that's the extent of the minor mod.
Thank you, Paul. Seth?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd originally expressed the issue with the English oak, the Quercus robur that had been presented. And I also have an issue with American hornbeam, that's Carpinus caroliniana. It's native in 13 out of the 14 counties in Massachusetts. Nantucket is the one county it's not native in. If you would like proof of that, I can provide the documentation from the state, or you can just go to Go Botany and see for yourself. So if the applicant could just pick a tree that's native to Nantucket, like white oak or black oak or red oak, I would just appreciate that more.
Thank you, Seth. I would have to echo that it would be beneficial to pick a tree that's native to here. Yeah.
Okay, I'm back here and I'm gonna go back to the landscaper. I'm gonna get you a tree and we'll come back on the 30th. Does that work for everybody?
It does. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Well, it put me on notice that if my hornbeams are cut down, I know who did it.
Uh-oh. Okay, so that'll continue until April 30th, and we are moving on to 55 Grove Lane LLC at 55 Grove Lane.
Sure, I'm taking this one because we didn't feel it necessary for Mark Ritz to come on for one minor mod for this whole thing. So this minor mod, this original approval was for a single family home, driveway, pool, shed, and associated landscaping grading. So you can kind of see the pool. I'm pointing at my screen like you guys can see me point at the screen, but the pool up in the upper portion of the plan was originally located outside of the 50-foot setback, and there was a shed outside of the 50-foot setback. The minor modification is to shift that pool and get rid of the shed with a pergola outside of the 50-foot setback, and those are the 2 changes.
Thank you, Jeff.
So everything's moving a little further away.
Any questions from the commission? If there are no questions, is there a motion to issue the minor mod?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
So that carries unanimously. And then we are moving on to 51 Ocean Avenue Nominee Trust at 51 Ocean Ave.
I think Jeff Blackwell is still on.
Hi, I think I'm with you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. This project was just approved within the last couple of months, and the approval was to add a 10 by 20 landing to an existing set of beach stairs. An order of conditions was issued allowing that work, and we're back to advise and inform the commission that the work requires reworking the stairs that are below the landing as you can imagine, the introduction of a 10-foot wide horizontal or level surface into a sloping set of stairs is going to require reworking of the stairs that are below in order to maintain the proper rise and run of the stairs. The reworking that is proposed here is not going to extend the stairs any further or closer to the dune than they currently exist. It's simply, as you can see in the profile that was prepared by the architect, we're stopping at the same proximity beyond the 25-foot setback to the coastal dune. So we wanted the commission not to be surprised, and we wanted to just keep you in the loop on the necessity to rework the stairs below this previously approved landing. So no closer to the wetland, and but there'll be some new wood out there, and we wanted you to be informed of that.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions from the commission? Looks like no. If there are no questions from the commission, would somebody like to make a motion to approve the minor mod? Looks like
Motion to approve.
Dave approved. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You as well.
Okay, bye.
So with that, we are moving into certificates of compliance. These will be presented by Jeff Carlson. And we will start with Hardman at 51B Matticat Road.
Sure. So this was originally for the construction of the pool and spa in the middle there and the patio. Excuse me, and then the installation of some pool equipment. The work has been completed and is shown as located on the plan and verified in the field. And we're recommending that this certificate can be issued with ongoing conditions 19, 20, and 21, which are the ongoing conditions involving the treatment of the pool and the time of year restriction for treatment, and any drainage or discharge from the pool being required to be out of jurisdiction. So that's our recommendation.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions from the commission? So is there a motion to issue the certificate of compliance? Looks like that.
Motion to issue.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, that's seconded by Joe. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips. I think you're muted, Maureen.
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Okay, so that carries unanimously. And then we are moving on to Matticat Wheelhouse LLC at 13 Massachusetts Ave.
So this is the project that we just were talking about with Art. And I think hearing the question about the grass, we're happy to go verify that. But the project, other than verifying that, is now in compliance with the conditions on the ground.
Thank you, Jeff.
I'll move to issue.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
All in, or nope, sorry, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to 64 Wall Street LLC at 64 Wall Street, Lot 2.
Yeah, so I think, Madam Chair, we can probably take the next two together.
Okay, so we'll do 64 Wall Street LLC and Nantucket 62 Walsh LLC, which is at 62 Walsh Street.
Yeah, so these are two that come in. Originally, when this had come in, they were two separate lots, and they've since been merged into kind of one singular project, and our permitting history kind of reflects that move. I'll wait for the plan to pop up. So originally there had been a, you can see kind of the double dotted line that runs through the middle of the lot. Those lots had been separate before and then were combined and redeveloped to include currently what's there with the two buildings. Well, one building with the addition on the other lot, and then the pool and the pool structure in the back. After going out and reviewing it, I think we feel like the site is in compliance and the spot elevations provided and the grading matches the original plan. And we could recommend that both certificates be issued, but the one for 2847 also includes the provisions for the pool maintenance, for the pool that can't be drained or discharged, and then the chemical treatment restrictions as well. So we'd recommend they could both be issued, but with the one specifically for SE 48, 2847 to have those ongoing conditions.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions from the commission? If there are no questions from the commission, is there a motion to issue the certificates for 64 Wall Street and 62 Wall Street with ongoing pool conditions for SE 48, 28, 47?
So moved.
Move.
So done by Ian and seconded by Maureen. Then by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And we are moving on to Gloria Grimshaw at 22 Quidnet Road.
So not to go around in circles or make people at home think I'm talking about the same thing. This was also for the construction of a pool and kind of the associated amenities with that. It is also constructed in compliance, but we are recommending that it be issued with ongoing condition 19 and 20, being the pool drain or discharge condition and the chemical treatment restrictions.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions from commissioners? There are no questions. Is there a motion to issue the certificate with ongoing conditions 19 and 20?
So moved.
Is there a second? Was that Joe who seconded?
Second.
All right, by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. And that brings us into orders of conditions. And I guess we will be starting at William F. Hopkins, trustee, 7 Hollowell Lane.
1 sec, I'll just pull out for you.
Thank you, Joanne.
We're gonna try this. I thought about emailing it to everybody. And then everyone would have had a gajillion emails. So hopefully this works. So we're just going to try to post the draft to the screen. All right. So this was 7 Hallowell Lane was the first of the groin replacement projects. And Natural Heritage provided some comments and some conditions, but other than that, I didn't really have anything extra.
I think emailing it next time would be better for me, Jeff.
If you want, I can email them all to you right now, if that would be helpful.
Well,
It might help just because if people are reading at different paces, depending on what they can see.
All right, stand by, everybody. We were talking about it, and I'll fess up. I got so busy today, I didn't finish all of them until right before the meeting. So
This is all one big giant experiment on how to make the best out of a crappy situation. So
well, I think it's running really smoothly, and thank you, everybody, and in particular Joe and Jeff and you, Ashley, for helping it along.
wouldn't be possible without Joe and Jeff.
all right. I think Joe beat me, but I think we both just sent everyone the draft orders.
Okay.
So
Yeah, thank you. That's a lot easier for me.
perfect.
Yes.
So for those looking at the file names, they all are named after their SE number first. So if you're looking for one specifically, just find this one as SE 483288.
And I guess, can we maybe stop screen? Yes, perfect. Thank you, Joanne.
So you look at good to know for next time. Now we know. We'll just email them instead of trying to use the screen share. So baby steps.
Yes.
Move to approve as drafted.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. And that moves us on to, I guess, Hollowell Lane Nominee Trust 9 Hollowell Lane.
Yeah, this one in theory looks the same.
What number is that?
It's 3289. Sorry, they're all jumbled up, but
So looks pretty good to me. Is there a motion to approve as drafted?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
By roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to 4 Shakamo Road Realty Trust at 4 Shakamo Road,
What number?
which is SC 483291.
so just to run through, this was for the removal of some existing structures, construction of a new dwelling, a pool, some other appurtenance to some hardscaping and those things. The only conditions I had added this time were our pool conditions.
Jeff, is this the one that Art presented and Julie Jordan did the design?
Yes.
I just was thinking because of the like way the pool is elevated, can we put something in about lighting towards the wetland?
Sure, we can put a condition 22 that all lighting shall be directed away from the resource area.
Thank you. Any other thoughts from commissioners? So is there a motion to approve as amended?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
By roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Hold on, I'm moving too many things around. And that brings us to Four Quays Pasture Nominee Trust at Four Quays Pasture Road. And that is 3293.
Oops. So I think with everyone's permission, we'll add a 20 that all lighting be directed away from the resource area. Oops. And then 21 that chemical treatments shall not occur between October 15th and April 15th, and shall cease 3 weeks prior to any draining.
Thank you, Jeff.
I'm not gonna lie, I stole the old order that we had approved for this one, and I missed that we didn't do that condition back in the day.
Any other thoughts from commissioners? If not, is there a motion to approve as amended?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that moves us on to 72 Pocomo Road LLC at 72 Pocomo Road.
This is 3292.
Thank you, Jeff. Knew I was forgetting something.
All right. It's new. So this is the one on Pocomo that was for the deck, pergola, and fountain. I'll fess up. This is the first order I can ever remember specifically calling out a fountain of all the ones I've written. So because I felt compelled, I had to put a condition that the fountain could not be drained or discharged to an area within the commission's jurisdiction. But I was puzzled to really come up with anything more.
What's a pool without a fountain these days?
Well, it's not even a pool. It's just a landscaping fountain.
Yeah, I mean, this plot had there was a sculpture area on this property as well. I've got to go see this place.
Yeah, it's a pretty, well, we'll go out there sometime. It's a really interesting, it's a very interesting place.
Move for approval.
Awesome. Is there a second?
Sure.
So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelberg,
Sure.
Arisman, I, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, that carries unanimously. And that moves us on to Harborfront Realty Trust Village Way. And that is 3285.
Oh, I found a typo. Sorry, I found a typo in the file number there, but that's easily fixed. This was for the relocation of that existing set of beach stairs from one side of the lot to the other. I didn't really have a lot.
Any thoughts from the commission, or is there a motion to approve, I guess, as amended?
Motion to approve as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
That carries unanimously. And that brings us on to Nantucket Memorial Airport at 14 Airport Road, which is 3294.
So I hadn't drafted an order for this one, so I'm open to any comments that people have.
I guess, Jeff, I still have my earlier comment about a condition to remove whatever fencing is left before grade as it exposes.
Okay.
And then there was Mark's point about granting the waiver on public safety.
Yes.
Any other thoughts from commissioners?
No.
Looks like no. So we'll see that one again. So that moves us on. We didn't close 300 Pulpus Road or Timothy.
I think that's it.
No, do we need to do the reissue?
Yes, we do need to do the reissue. So I'll explain that if you would like.
Sure. So that's a Nantucket Islands Land Bank at 17 Commercial Wharf and lot without street number, New Whale Street.
Yes, so that's the Petro Landing project. And if you guys don't recall, that project was appealed a couple times by some of the abutters. And in that process, they uncovered a Scrivener's error in the order where on one of the basic pages, we had put down the wrong dredge footprint area. We had used the original volume listed on the original plan, and that was revised and made smaller. And the court ordered that back to us to be issued with that number corrected. So there's no substantive change, but the court has asked us to reissue that with the number corrected. And to do that, we have to get it reissued, and you guys have to re-sign it essentially.
Okay. Is there a motion to reissue?
Motion to reissue.
Is there a second?
Aye.
So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Right, that carries unanimously. Thank God we're moving along here. That brings us to other business.
You still got an hour and a half to go to catch up to the select board, Ashley.
I know.
Actually, I take that back. They started an hour after we did.
They did. That's true.
No,
I'm past history. So we have approval of minutes for March 4th, 2020, April 1st, 2020, and April 2nd, 2020. If there are no concerns about the minutes, is there a motion to approve all three dates?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
And by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye, Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Thank you, Terry. Aye.
Yes, thank you, Terry. So the minutes are approved. That moves us into monitoring reports. Carlton at 84 Pocomo Road. It looks like we have Pocomo neighbors, 47 through 69 Pocomo Road, and then Waypoint LLC at 71 Pocomo Road.
Those are all Art's projects, and he is diligently staying on for the next item, I think. But Art is by far our number one monitoring report filer. So
Thank you, Art. I appreciate the reports coming in.
They look great.
Could I
Good job, Art.
quick comment?
Yes.
So we filed the reports right after the sand was put down, but I did want to bring a couple things to the commission's attention, which was that finishing up the work was impacted by the implementation of the emergency orders and construction ban. And there was also then another storm that following weekend. So as you may recall, we had, essentially 2 weekends in a row with surge tides. The same tides that flooded Easy Street that you may have seen some videos of and whatnot are the same events that tend to lead to the contribution of the nourishment from the fiber rolls, especially on the, in this case, both of those weekends on the harbor projects, where you had strong north winds that were really kind of holding that tide in. And so we had done the inspections after the first weekend storm, and there's a letter that's in your packet. I notified, working with Seth, Jeff, of the scheduling and the maintenance activity, and Seth got started and did the projects that I included the monitoring reports for. So you'll notice that on the report for the notification of maintenance, and I know it's late, so I'll go as fast as I can, but I do think this is important, that not all of them have monitoring reports. And that's because those guys had to demobilize and leave island essentially on, like 2 days notice. So they weren't able to get to all of the projects. And then we did the survey of the photos, and then some sand has been lost. So there has been a change in conditions from, basically the weekend following the submission of the report. So there are some exposed tubes, and then our rolls, and then the access way at Pocomo is they didn't get to put the straw wattles back down that were stopping the stormwater from, that we've talked about in the past going over the top of the bank. I applied for a waiver to the town emergency management team, but that was denied. So at this point, hopefully with the select board meeting with the Board of Health tomorrow, and if there's some limited, landscape work that this would fall under, we are anxious to get that cleaned up and put those wattles back. So that would be, first and foremost. In terms of being able to remobilize to finish putting sand to cover the rolls, we're into both protected shorebird season as well as uncertainty with respect to the end of the emergency orders. So I just want to keep you up to speed. We're aware of it. We're watching it. We want to get it done, but there are some things that, we're constrained to what we can do.
Thank you, Art. Are there any questions from commissioners about that? Looks like no. I guess Art will get an update from you or from Jeff once that mobilizes.
We will keep Jeff posted for sure, and obviously would need sign off before we could do any beach work. I am hopeful, especially before you start to receive any notifications from concerned citizens and whatnot, the access way really needs to be touched up, rigged. 80% of it's outside of your jurisdiction, but there's both the aspect that, it needs to be raked and seeded and, just basically cleaned up a bit that they didn't have time to do on the get out of here fast.
Thank you. So if there are no questions or comments from commissioners, we'll move on. Or was that it? That was the coastal project maintenance, sand core logs and fiber roll arrays?
Yes, I believe that was the notification prior to the work that I had given to Jeff, unless he had something else.
Nope, that was it. We just wanted to make sure that was separate because it wasn't necessarily directly tied to all of those, but Art wanted to bring that to our attention.
Thank you, Art. I appreciate it. All right, so then we're moving on to discussion of SBPF 87 through 105 Baxter Road, SE 48 28 24, and this is being represented by Dwight Dunk and Stephen Cohen.
Yes, good evening.
Hi. So Jeff, I don't know, should we start with the commission discussion, or does SBPF have some information to start with? Were you able to recover the tubes?
So yeah, real quick before Dwight starts, I think if we could just get an update from the work that you guys allowed as far as recovering the tubes and kind of that status. I know Dwight and I talked about some additional work that SBPF may be looking to do, and I said we'd have to discuss that with the board, and I think that's why they're here. And then we had a couple other outstanding items that we had as well.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great, Jeff. And Madam Chair, two items, I think before it gets on to the actions that the board wanted to discuss, the commission wanted to discuss. One is the tubes in northern end return was recovered. It was done the following week. So that was the second, third, fourth. So it was done during the week of the 6th, and it was completed by the 8th of April. So all that work was done. Moved about 3,000 to 4,000 cubic yards to recover all of the exposed tubes and the end returns. As Jeff mentioned with the storm the other day, there are some exposed tubes again. We reached out to Jeff. I reached out to Jeff just to, request permission to get out there and recover those exposed tubes in compliance with the order. We didn't want to just go out there. We notified Jeff, and he said, let's bring it up tonight on tonight's meeting and get feedback from the commission before we go out there. After we hear from you, if it's authorized to recover those exposed tubes, we'll reach out to the EMT to determine that, they authorize the work to occur. So I don't know if you want to talk about that or wanted me to bring up the second item also.
It looks like Seth has a question or comment pertaining to that.
Yeah, I remember Jamie indicated that there was definitely enough material template to do the first recovery. If he had said that there was enough material to do it again, do you believe that there is enough to do it again or not?
Yes, I believe that there's enough material to do it again. Based on the survey back in September, the template was essentially full in September. And then in the autumn, there was another 10,000 or so cubic yards added. So there's adequate sand in the template to do this recovery.
Thank you, Dwight. Any other questions from commissioners? So Dwight, why don't you move into the second part of what you were going to say?
Yep. The second item, which I sent to Jeff, I forget the exact date. If hold on, I can just see if I have that. I sent it last week, April 10, and that's a request to deliver Pulpus Harbor sand. That was about 9,000 cubic yards of sand that was dredged from Pulpus Harbor. That was previously approved by the commission in terms of the dredging. The notice of intent had it written up to stockpile the sand for future reuse on the island. The town put it out to bid. SBPF bid on the sand and is the high bidder. So we're requesting permission to deliver the Pulpus Harbor sand to the template. I provided Jeff with the sieve analyses. It's part of the notice of intent from that previous filing. On average, it's 1% fines, mostly medium to coarse sand. So it's compatible on grain size. The notice of intent, the environmental notification form, all the previous state permits that were issued for the dredging, all identified that that was going to be used for beach nourishment. We redid a due diligence using the EDR mapper. It's basically a database search for any spills, releases, controlled sites. There have been no reports of spills to the harbor. There was one 60-gallon or up to 60-gallon fuel release, and that happened about 5 years before the harbor was ever dredged. So there was the work that was done for that dredging showed that it was acceptable for reuse. So we're just requesting permission to deliver the Pulpus Harbor sand to the template.
Thank you, Dwight. Are there any questions or comments from the commission? Or any thoughts? Okay. So Jeff, is this open to the public right now? In case the public has thoughts?
The chat is open. If you want me to specifically let them know, they can provide any comments.
Well, hopefully they're paying attention and will comment in. I guess one thing I'm concerned about dumping more sand at this point is it still looks like, you know, when you're initially pushing over the current template sand, that you're getting a fair amount of debris on those new pushes. And I'm just worried until a lot of the brick material and those physical items are more cleaned out. I guess I'm just concerned about covering them with more sediment and essentially burying some of that physical debris. But, you know, I'd like other commissioners to weigh in on that as well, to see if they're concerned. Seth?
Yeah, I don't know if we are going to get to the work logs specifically or not, but in the work logs that were submitted from 4.6 to 4.10, in 4.6, 4.7, and 4.8, I believe the photos submitted of the debris found far exceeded any other days since these site inspections have been started. It looks to me like that's a UTV, like a Polaris Ranger or something, and I have a good amount of experience with those type of machines. To fill 2 to 4 cargo boxes is quite a bit, and that all that debris came from, you know, the act of recovering the template and grading and moving stuff around, which indicates that what we're seeing is not surface level debris, but debris at depth. And I would kind of, or maybe that's not right, but there's debris there that was uncovered by doing mechanical work that hadn't been just coming out itself. And I'm just concerned that there's significantly more debris still in the template that I would like to potentially see taken care of before we add new sand. I do think that the Pulpus Harbor sand is going to be good. It's in many ways much more spoken for. We know what the contents of it are, rather than random pits around the island, or random dig sites, I should say. But I'm just concerned about putting the new material before we kind of completely solve this problem. And then third and lastly, I'm also concerned that authorizing a new delivery of sand to the template is, if we're going to do that, it's basically like lifting the cease and desist order entirely. It's basically back to business as usual. And since there are still ongoing concerns, I think we need to be cautious and limited in our approach right now.
I just responded.
Thank you, Seth. Dwight.
Sure.
You can go ahead. I think it would be nice also to quantify, what's coming out. I know you were supposedly storing it in an area, but to make sure we're keeping track of that.
Yes, and it was quantified, and it was quantified in the report. There was about 2.25 cubic yards of material that was collected during the push last week.
Thank you. Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners? Mark? Oh, you're muted.
So there is still debris in the sand you're pushing over? Is that what we're saying?
Yes, the photos they submitted show significant debris collected since they pushed over the template.
Boy.
So that's at the end of our packet. Dwight?
Yeah, in talking with the contractor, as I said, they pushed about 3,000 to 4,000 cubic yards last week. They recovered about 2.25 cubic yards of debris, and he reports that they got through the gray sand last week. So it's the material that's on top of the template now is the brown sand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify that? None of the sand was pushed over. It was just sifted on top. And I think that if we were allowed to sift on top and then push over and then both clean anything that was collected during the sifting and anything that was cleaned during the pushing, that would allow substantially all of any visible material to be removed. And I think the amount of sand that remains after the storms we've had, the sand that's in question is going to be gone pretty soon. There's a substantial layer of sand there now that predates the sand in question. So it's not as if we're covering over the entire template of some unknown quantity. I think that we could get through the sand that was in question by sifting and pushing and monitoring and removing before the pulpless sand is brought in to cover it. So I think that is a extremely legitimate concern, but one that we could address through a process.
Yeah, so my feeling, and again, other commissioners can speak, would be that we would potentially allow you to recover the tubes, but I think we would want to wait to authorize the dumping until we see that there isn't more debris coming out of this, to kind of take a second look before just giving you the go ahead tonight. Although I agree the Pulpus Harbor sand is a much more appropriate sediment source for this site. But that's just me, Dwight.
Yeah. Could I suggest we in terms of the pushing that occurred last week, as Stephen mentioned, in recovering the tubes that are currently exposed, some skimming of the sand to try to remove any material that's on top as we push to recover the current tubes. We believe we've gotten through pretty much that we will have gotten through a lot of the sand that was deposited brought on last autumn. Perhaps what we could do is after that, if Jeff could walk the template with the contractor to look at what the material on the top of the template is, before we bring out the pulpus sand. I understand your concern about the potential for burying material, but we think we've gotten through the material that had any of the debris in it, and that we've gotten down into pretty much material that's all sand.
Yeah, I know I'm going to go to Seth in a second. I have to say I'm uncomfortable with that. I would like it to come back, before a public meeting, showing, documenting what material is coming out before we would authorize trucks going out there and dumping. But other commission members can obviously weigh in on that. Seth, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, you pretty much said what I was going to say, but I know it's slow, and I know that it's taking time to keep presenting at additional meetings, but I think that we need to take this one step at a time, given that we saw significant debris coming out. If we see significant debris coming out when you skim and push again, then it maybe needs to happen a third time before sand is delivered. If we don't see significant debris coming out, then we can move forward potentially with the sand delivery.
It looks like Ian, I think, had his hand up, and then Dwight. You're muted, Ian.
Sorry. I don't want to see any more sand deliveries until we've actually created a new protocol that goes way beyond just grain size. And I think that I would like to have Jeff create a sort of a blueprint that we can discuss at our next meeting. So I absolutely don't want to have any more sand delivered until we've set stringent parameters on what type of sand is delivered going forward.
Thank you, Ian. And Dwight, I think you had a comment.
Yeah, I was just going to comment that the daily inspections this week really has found nothing coming out of the side of the template. There's been no pushing this week since it was last push, but as you know, the material from the top gets pushed over. It's on the angled slope, and as the toe gets sloughed off like it did the other day, everything slumps, and really there was nothing recovered. So those daily inspections are going, so we'll be documenting. We can document what we're seeing coming out of the template as the days go on, and then recover the current tubes and continue to monitor what's coming out. And I think if we we'll document that as we have been on a weekly basis with the daily inspections.
Thank you, Dwight. Joe, you had a question or comment? Oh, you're muted.
Sorry. So Dwight, I think we just want to be very cautious about this, because I think what we don't want to do is in 6 months time from now or next fall, you get down to that layer of sand that could have more debris to it, and then kind of back at square one where we're having another violation. So I think let's just, skim what you need to do, and then have Jeff do an inspection. And if everything's clean, everything's working out fine, then I think that you should proceed as normal, back to square one after. But we also got to hear back from the select board, so not to get too hard.
Thank you, Joe.
Steve?
Sure. So, I think that there may be a protocol that works for everybody. I think that sifting and removing debris when we go through the next push to cover the tubes would help determine whether or not there's more any debris in there. And I think we could also do some more checking at that time if the commission is comfortable with it, that we could use some of that heavy equipment to sift through the material while it's being pushed for the cover. And then I think what we'd like to do, we could come back in 2 weeks and present on whatever was found or not found, with the idea that, when we get we start getting clean sifts, that we could then go forward. I do appreciate that Ian wants to have protocols in place. I think we have submitted those to Jeff already, and certainly they could be reviewed and whatever, but I wouldn't want to hold up using the pulp of sand that I think people are comfortable with to have more general policy discussions. So if we could try to think of it in terms of dealing with what's immediately on the template now, and then how to get the pulp of sand down there, and then sort of what to do in the future, I think that might be a good way to approach it. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners? Jeff, I haven't checked to see if oh, Maureen, did you have a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I agree with Ian's suggestion that we have, we would just be so clear about what the process needs to be going forward, because we've had so many missteps that I think there's a feeling of, you know, wanting to take baby steps before things can go on to any kind of normalization again. So I think that's what we're all feeling the need for. So I agree with the other commissioners' comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Dave?
I agree with both of Ian and Maureen, but just to make a point, the pulp of sand, we all know where it came from. It's been tested and approved by the state. It's already been it's been approved for nourishment, and I think the testing that's required from the state for that is pretty stringent. For you know, anything that we be looking for, where it's not coming from a questionable lot or anything. So I think what Steve Cohen was saying, that is at that point, after that sand's used, then we have to look back into some newer protocols like Ian was mentioning, and get something set forward going forward from that point. I think that's what he was referring to.
Thank you, Dave. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Jeff, I guess we'll go to some of the public questions.
Sure. So just to run through them really quickly, I'll try to go through all of them. It's all right with everybody, and then we can get responses from. There's only 4 currently. So the first 2 are from RJ Turcott of the Nantucket Land Council. And he simply says, the commission has discussed testing beyond grain size analysis after what happened with SPPF's last delivery. Will this apply to all mitigation materials, including this material? And then his second comment, the most recent daily inspections indicate a large amount of debris emerging from the bluff right now. It would not make sense to cover it with new material at this time. The next commenter was Burton Balkind. Please let us know when SPPF push in skims. The public would like to be able to see what is coming out of the template. And then the final comment is from Deanne Atherton of the Nantucket Coastal Conservancy, and is, where is the offsite location that all of the debris is being stored? May the members of the commission and or the public view the debris collected. Those are all of our comments to this point.
Thank you, Jeff. I don't know if Dwight or Steve can handle any of those questions.
I can speak to the comment about the material that's been observed coming out of the template. As I mentioned, about a little over 2 cubic yards, what did come out of the template while it was being pushed to do the recovery. The daily, understanding from the daily reports for this week, there really has been nothing or next to nothing because there has been, there's no pushing this week. So, in terms of that, we, in our notice to Jeff, we would definitely be let Jeff know when that pushing would occur so that Jeff is aware of when it would occur and how many days it would take. So, we'll notify him before work begins. And I believe the material is being held at the sand lot where the material was stored before it came over to the bluff, but I would have to double check on that.
Thank you, Dwight. Any thoughts from the commission or comments? I think we probably should make a motion allowing them to do another recovering of the template because they are still under that cease and desist order. But Jeff, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that, or.
Yeah, if you guys are looking to authorize that work, I would suggest making a motion to allow them to recover the template using the material that's on site.
Seth, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to allow SPPF to do a one-time recovering of the template with the material already on site.
Is there a sec? It looks like Mark seconded. So by roll vote, Beal. Oh, you're muted.
Aye.
Engelborg.
Aye.
Arisman is opposed. Golding.
Aye.
LaFleur.
Aye.
Phillips.
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
Okay, so that carries with myself opposed. Steve?
Sure, just for clarification, since they're going to have essentially the same equipment out there to do the push, would the commission be interested in us also doing some sifting to see if more debris could be removed at that time? I don't want to have any activity that wasn't authorized, but it's really the same action.
Any thoughts from commissioners on that? I mean, I think if it's using the same machinery and it's not turning up sediment everywhere, that seems appropriate.
I think that'd be prudent.
Seth?
Yeah, I'll admit I'm not exactly an expert on what the difference between the pushing and the sifting are, but if it's the same machinery on the same days, essentially doing the same process to get that template recovered, I think it's fine.
Well,
Ian?
it also may help to expose some of the contaminated sand to ultraviolet radiation so that it reduces the fecal coliform count. So I think it's a good idea.
Joe?
I agree with what Ian just said. And I also think in these times, the least amount of times that someone needs to be out there, especially under these orders that they have to receive from the inspector and police chief, I think it's really wise to use this time as best as possible.
Yes. Thank you, Joe. Any other?
One other, just to follow up on your question, that if Jeff or any of the commissioners want to view the debris that's been collected, they can contact Jamie and he would bring them to see it.
Thank you. That might be good for when hopefully this social distancing is lifted to maybe do a site visit. Hopefully sometime soon in the future, but who knows? Any other comments or thoughts, Jeff?
Yeah, we just had one last question come in from Deanne Atherton, asking if the daily inspections by hand will continue.
It looks like we're getting a yes nod from Dwight. Dwight?
Yes, they continued. I sent a notice to the chief requesting, asking if that can continue. And he said, yes, it can, because it's a required activity by a regulatory body on the island. So those resumed after the recovering effort last week.
Thank you,
Dwight.
Dwight.
And they'll continue.
Yeah, I will confirm that correspondence has taken place.
Thank you, Jeff. I wish they had given Art the same go-ahead to get the straw wattles back in place. It's like, oh my gosh. All right, so any final thoughts from commissioners? So essentially you guys will go out, you'll recover the template, you'll hopefully sift for more debris. And then we'll be back to tell us what you found at our next meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Jeff, at this point, should we discuss the letters to the select board?
Yeah, so you guys had requested that letter to be drafted. I did get that reviewed by council and got that back today. He didn't have any objections or changes to make to it. So if you guys want to discuss that, you're more than welcome to.
I know I read the letters. I thought they were great. So thank you for putting those together and for consulting town council on them. I don't.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, they were very good. Thank you.
Yeah, Jeff, there was, let's see.
Wait, Seth raised his hand, so we're going to go to him first.
Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the letters were well thought out, well written, and thank you for contacting town council. The only one question I have, and honestly, I'll defer to you and to town council because I'm not exactly sure of the regulation, but in the ticket letter, when you describe the fines, I for some reason remember reading that fines could be assessed as each day being an individual violation. Is that true or not?
So the easy answer, and I wish George would have been available, but like everyone else, we are booked up into a gajillion meetings right now. The way that the town code reads, section 1.1 is it's $50 per violation. I think the difficulty that he and I had when we discussed this is, just to take like the missed monitoring is it was missed. How do you deal with that like as a per day option? When the sand was deposited, that was improper material. It was a deposition that was there. How do you look at that as an ongoing violation? Like where does the end go? And I think that was something that we were having a lot of difficulty figuring out where that would necessarily be and how that would put together, because you'd essentially end up with kind of a citation kind of rolling there,
Yeah, I understand. And if council thinks that there's no real way to figure out the per day thing, I'll defer to him. Just wanted to raise the issue.
Yeah, I mean, I can ask him then if he'll put together a little bit more clarity for that. If we want to hold off on that one, we certainly can, and then we can put it out. I know I got these back late in the day and got an email to you guys to review, but we can get that up for public review too. If people feel more comfortable, and maybe we can get a little bit more detail on that one from George.
Maureen.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be helpful because, just having looked at them, while we're at this meeting, it's just, I want to be clear that they're doing exactly what we wanted them to do. And the issue.
Zoom, as that needs your attention.
Sorry.
What?
We've been
Joe, mute.
Telling us to get the hell off of Zoom.
Over there. It's getting late.
Yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, I think it is late. No, that especially with regard to how the fines are assessed. I've got some questions about that myself, so I think it would be good to reconsider that after tonight. I'm not sure when, but at some point. I don't know, Ashley, what, or timing wise, Jeff, or, when could we reconsider those? Just at the next meeting or when?
Yeah, I think at the next meeting is fine.
Okay.
I think the other letter is probably the one that's more pressing a little bit time-wise.
Right. Yeah, I would agree with that, Jeff, that the letter to the select board is, more important to get out sooner. Any other thoughts or comments from commissioners? So then do we want to authorize Jeff to send the letter to the select board and to hold off on the ticket letter?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Actually, Madam Chair,
Yes, Ian?
I don't think that we're going to change the substance of the ticket letter. And so unless you feel strongly otherwise, Maureen, I would suggest that they both go out.
Well, my concern is the result of that particular ticket letter is well, I guess I really don't feel comfortable because I'm just not sure. I mean, I know George obviously thinks that's fine, but I would, I'm just concerned about it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So maybe what we do with the ticket letter, Jeff, do you think it's appropriate if commissioners have specific questions or concerns about it, they can email them to you? You can get those thoughts to George, and then we can reconvene and talk about that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Does that kind of work for everybody?
Yeah. Again, we don't issue tickets often. I'd rather everyone be comfortable than rush to the end. So.
All right.
I'll move that we approve of the letter to the select board, that it be sent to the select board.
Well, that's what I think I think I moved that already. Or
I think Maureen moved it. And Ian, are you seconding?
Thank you. That's
Okay.
exactly what I was saying.
Yeah, it's getting late. So by roll vote, Beal,
Aye.
Engelborg,
Aye.
Erisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye.
All right, so that carries unanimously. Thank you, guys. I don't think there are any other items for discussion under this.
Nope.
And we can move on. So thank you, Steve and Dwight, for signing in and giving us information.
Thank you. And maybe someday we'll have these meetings that end at a reasonable time too, for you all.
I hope so.
Good night.
God willing, Steve,
Just
God
one
willing.
question. Would those letters be available to the applicant, to SBPF?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you, Jeff.
No problem.
All right, so moving on to reports. I'm assuming we probably don't have any, but crack,
No, not meeting.
CPC,
One.
NP and EDC.
No meeting.
There's no other commissioners' comments.
Yes. If we'd taken off from Boston when we started, we'd be about to land in Denver right now.
Thanks for sharing that.
Okay. I've passed the hunger stage and won't even have dinner tonight, which is just one of those things. Seth?
I apologize. I know it's really late, so I'll be as brief as possible. I just do have one comment. I think I mentioned it briefly a few months ago. It relates to town meeting. I know that's really not on any of our minds right now, and it's already been postponed, and it might get postponed again. But I think as a committee, we should take up I personally believe we should take up an official position on Article 97, which is the article proposing the ban of glyphosate in Nantucket. And I've heard from the Airport Commission and the Harbor and Shellfish Advisory Board that both of those boards are considering taking up official positions. I understand that we are a regulatory committee, not an advisory or an advocacy committee, but that tool is an extremely important resource in our land management and invasive species toolbox. A little bit of background, the state does have a chapter in their general laws that prohibit local municipalities enacting not fertilizer, sorry, pesticide regulations that are more stringent than the state. So technically, as written, that article, it cannot be enforced or cannot be added as a law. However, there is a petition, there is a bill in the state house by our own state representative, Dylan Fernandez, and there's an accompanying bill in the state Senate by our own state senator, Julian Sear, to relax those regulations, to make it possible for individual towns to enact pesticide regulations that are more stringent than the state. Given the condition with COVID-19, those probably aren't going to happen this year, but I'm just concerned that this is becoming a perpetual problem. Somebody entered this article this year, somebody entered basically the same article last year. And I think that we as a board who is involved in invasive species management can be a voice of reason for the community to show that we have some issue with a glyphosate ban, and that if the regulations are ever changed, we don't want that to come into place on Nantucket. I know these are my personal opinions. I have personally prepared a list of talking points detailing the reasons why a glyphosate ban might potentially be detrimental for the island. I may have sent that out. If not, I will send it to Jeff and Joanne. But I think we should seriously consider taking an official position on this article, even if currently, given our Massachusetts general law framework, it's not enactable.
Thank you, Seth. So anybody have any thoughts on that tonight?
Well, Seth and I would agree to disagree because for years I've been, as you know, dealing with Ernie Steinauer about how the European position, where there is no enormous petrochemical lobby, has a very different take on glyphosate from the United States. So, and I have an awful lot of literature on it myself. So going forward, obviously, Seth and I will be discussing the issue at greater depth.
Yeah.
I might suggest, Ashley, before we get too far down the rabbit hole with this, that we just put it on an agenda, because then if you guys decide you want to actually do anything, we're all legal and compliant with open meeting law.
Yeah, I think it would be good on a later agenda, maybe with some of the bills that Seth is talking about included, so to really have a robust amount of information for us to review.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide the current regulatory framework for the general law of Massachusetts, the bills that are in process, the article at town meeting, and the talking points that I've created. I'll provide those to staff. And I'm open to hearing other commissioners' opinions. If we as a committee don't all feel the way I feel and we don't want to take a position on that, that's fine, but I think it needs to be brought up.
Yeah, and I think my feeling is it unfortunately should probably wait until SPPF is off the discussion, and maybe hopefully we'll be out of these virtual meetings, because I think it's really hard to have good substantive discussion, 4.5 hours into a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a meeting for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do understand that, and I obviously don't want to talk about it this late at night. I would like it possibly to be talked about before this year's town meeting, given the article that is in existence, but if it can't be, that's fine.
Well,
yes, Jeff.
I mean, we can certainly add it to the agenda, and it can be something in other business. And if we feel like we get to the point of the meeting where we're 4.5 hours deep and we haven't initiated that discussion, it's there and we can kind of continue that discussion. But then at least it's there, and if we have time or the agenda opens up or our meeting is quicker, we certainly can discuss it. But we can certainly get materials distributed well in advance so people can be prepared.
Thank you, Jeff. Any other commissioners' comments? Ian's ready to go. He's jumping around.
No, I just landed in Denmark.
I like your imagination.
Oh, gosh, I'm hungry.
So if there's no
Hey,
commissioner
with us, Ian.
comments, administrator staff reports.
I just have one. I don't really have any reports other than I'm glad everyone is staying healthy. We just had one more public comment come in from Deanne, and she simply asked, was the commission informed of the executive session held today relating to SBPF litigation? I'm happy to simply answer that yes, the commission was informed, and the chair and vice chair, as they have been, were able to participate in that session, as well as staff. So that's all I got.
Awesome. So with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion
So
to
moved.
Is there a second?
Once.
Second.
And then we have to roll vote. So Beal,
Yeah.
Engelberg,
Aye.
Arisman, aye. Golding,
Aye.
LaFleur,
Aye.
Phillips,
Aye.
Topham.
Aye. Jeff, thank you. Joanne, thank you. Ashley, great job.
Absolutely.
Stay
Yeah.
safe.
Thanks everyone for sticking it out.
Bye.
Hopefully the next one will be quicker.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Guys,
Have a good
bye.
night.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Come on, let's get rid of this. I'm trying to leave. Yes, I want to leave.